We have so many wonderful folks here, and we will look forward to sharing more with you as we get on this and get you some really amazing racing. Last night was incredibly busy. By the way, our YouTube is up and running now, which is fantastic. We're so excited about that. Love that we can stream not only to Facebook, but also to YouTube successfully, so that's great. Big thanks to all the amazing folks here that helped us get all of this off the ground. I especially want to thank Jeremy first off, because we cannot do this without the serious investment to make this happen, and you have no idea about that. And then also want to say a big thank you to our guy Todd, who handles a lot of our house mix, so all the audio that you're hearing around the track, even in the pits and everywhere in between. That is the man, the myth, the legend involved in that. Not only that, but we also have an amazing team. I got to thank all my guys. We got Caden running the lead camera. We also have Dylan right now in the pits hanging out with Kelby, who's doing a fantastic job with announcements. Tyler's also an amazing announcer. You're going to be hearing him tonight. They're absolutely phenomenal. And so many more people involved. Ashley is our photographer tonight, and Dylan will also hopefully going to get us some infield footage, which is a different angle that we haven't had yet here on the live stream. So, lot to bring to your attention today, and looking forward to sharing that with you. May as well, I hope that we'll have a couple extra seconds here. Let's go ahead and share with you some more highlights from last night that you can check out here. There you go. You know, as we get into the season more and more, we will have more footage like that to share with you guys. Each and every night, we do get a lot of extra footage. Last night, for those of you who are nerds, we recorded over 1 terabyte of footage. 4 different cameras, 5 different cameras actually, all running at once. And our team worked incredibly hard to get all the instant replays put together. So much footage to sort through in the middle of the races to get you all the crazy wrecks and behind the scenes and everything that you're seeing here at Electric City Speedway. It couldn't have been done without my amazing team. So thank you so very much for your support, for your kindness, for the amazing comments that you give us, and just thank you so much. Keep that coming. That gives my team an incredible boost as we continue to do what we're doing. By the way, keep an eye out. You see that Pau Maya flag out there in the distance. Definitely appreciate all of our folks here during this Memorial Day season. We have a lot to look forward to as we keep moving forward. So thank you so much, and God bless you guys as we get into our live stream. Lots to share with you today. All right, we're going to go check on some stuff here as we get things up and running, and we'll bring more your way as soon as we either get some more interviews or once we get going with the show. We have a really cool opening show kicking off our day today. Well, we got the water truck out doing its thing. A big thank you to Nice Glass, by the way. You know what? With all the live streaming we do, we have some of our cameras in the VIP booth where we get a bunch of amazing folks hanging out. And those windows need to be real clean for us to be able to show you this kind of footage like this and like this. So big thank you to Nice Glass for helping us keep those windows clean, or else this would be a completely different situation. Looks like we're lining up another interview. Let's get ready to cue in with our guys over in the pits. All right, Dylan, go when you're ready. All right, folks, here we go. Camera 4 is live. You go ahead when you're ready.
Kelby Cross here with Electric City Speedway. Christian Kinnison, one of our Frontier Sprint Tour drivers. How did your first night go last night?
It went absolutely terrible. I don't know if anybody watched on the live stream or not, but we were pushing around maybe 10 times last night. We were fighting a bunch of ignition issues. Then we had a lot of fueling issues. And then by the time the A-main came around, we just made our laps, took some good notes, and hopefully we can turn it into the day. We had to switch tail tanks. That was the majority of our issue. We switched magnetos. So I'm hoping starting on the front row of heat race number 3, we've got something for him tonight.
So you've got a new bullet. What's been the biggest adjustment so far? But what's been the big adjustment with racing with this new open rule book with the Frontier Sprint Tour?
I think the biggest thing is there's been a one-tire rule for the ASCS stuff, and now that we're on the Frontier, we can kind of run whatever we want. And for me, I went with what the package was last year and years previous just because we kind of had notes off of it, and then we'll start veering towards the different brands of tires or the different style of tires once we get a good solid notebook with this new engine package.
What are your goals for 2026 in this car?
That's a loaded question. My goal is always just to have fun. I have no expectations of winning. As long as we can have the car back in one piece and all my friends and family are here, it's always a good time for me. I'd like to get a win. That's always the end goal. But as long as we're consistent, we make laps, that'll put us in the hunt for any championship, whether it's our local racetrack or with the Frontier Sprint Tour.
So you got any plans to do more to Great Falls Belgrade, or is this just kind of what you're doing this year?
I think this is what I'm going to do this year until I get my notes kind of where I want them, and then maybe next year there's a big Texas Speed Week I'd like to get to. I'd love to get back to the Belleville High Bank Nationals. That's one of my favorite races. Oskaloosa's got it near and dear to my heart for the Front Row Challenge. I'd love to get back to that. And then maybe make our trip out to the West Coast for a Skagit trip. I don't know. It all depends on financials and sponsors and what family and friends are doing. I've got a pretty big commitment to the racetrack with Big Sky Speedway, helping with track prep with Jerry. And as long as we can get an open weekend or a fun weekend or even like a rain-out weekend somewhere, we can go have a lot of fun. But right now it's just follow the Frontier Sprint Tour, race locally, and then if there's a race within 4 or 5 hours of us, I'm going to try to make every single one of them.
This is right here from Billings, Montana. He is going to probably win tonight, so we're all hoping for him the best and wish him a good luck. And he actually, if you need a battery, you call Great Falls Billings. He'll come take care of you all. So thank you very much. Appreciate you.
He says that as his kid starts front row and probably going to win tonight too.
Christian Kinnison from Texas all the way up to Montana. Thank you for taking the time with us, and good luck tonight, Christian.
Thank you.
All right, my friends, we are making some progress here. We got a lot to share with you today. Once again, look at all the folks. We actually have a lot of folks coming in right now, filling up very quickly as we continue our night. We are looking to see another 1,000 folks in the seats tonight. Very much looking forward to that. We have an amazing team working tonight, and so you got to check out our concessions and lots of other stuff. We even have I believe we have an extra vendor with some different kind of food, and of course those adult beverages are here for your attention, so there's plenty that you can enjoy while you are here. Now, if you are out of state, hop in that chat room and let us know. We want to hear where you're from, and we want to hear who you're rooting for. So let us know in those comments. We deeply appreciate it because, yes, we want to support your team too. And we're looking forward to seeing more from all of you in our comments. And thank you so much for all the kind words for all of our team members here at Electric City Speedway. More coming your way here in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, as we fill up the space here, let's go ahead and give you guys some instant replays from last night once again, and just share with you a little bit about what happened. We had a really good night. It was a busy one with just a little bit of carnage, just a tiny bit. Here's a little bit of that recapture for you. It was a great night with a lot of energy, and yes, we definitely had some folks have a little bit more fun than they were expecting to have as we saw cars take a little bit of a tumble. We did see one car roll 2.5 times. Thankfully, the driver was okay as far as we could tell. He got towed off at the end of the night. It was a very busy evening with a lot of attention to energy, that's for sure. But yes, we do want to thank all of our amazing drivers who definitely brought the energy. And yes, if you weren't here to see it in person, you missed out on a lot of that energy because we kept it coming all night long, and we look forward to seeing you guys out here at Electric City Speedway. Don't forget, the best seats are not in your house, but in our house. And so we're looking forward for you being out here at Electric City Speedway. So lots to do, lots to see, lots of energy, and we are ready to meet the whole family. So bring your whole family out. You will have a good time. Lots to go. So more coming your way right here at Electric City Speedway.
Cross will be your host for the evening. We want to thank you for coming out and enjoying your Saturday night and spending it here at Electric City Speedway. Certainly a full docket tonight for your day number 2 of your Memorial Day special. Tonight we'll be running our WISSOTA Midwest Modifieds, our WISSOTA Street Stocks, your IMCA Modifieds, as well as your Frontier Sprint Tour Winged 360 Sprint cars. Just a few minutes away from kicking things off here. We're going to do a couple driver introductions, as well as a couple other items on the docket before we get to our green flag racing here for the evening.
Let me tell you a story about a man.
That's 10-4. All right, my friends, thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, we have a lot to share with you. And I'm looking for those comments right now. Let's hop in the comments here and see if anyone's in. Yes, we do have quite a few people watching right now, which is great. Last night, we saw over 200 people watch our live stream, which is great. Caden is saying, great racing last night. Fully agree with you. Philip is for Lewistown, Montana. Daryl says, busier night. Great races last night. And Philip says, interview number 44, Devin Jadwin. So we will keep an eye out. If not tonight, then there will be many more races to come where we can do that for you. All of our interviews are done for the evening. We do them before the races start, but we will keep that note, and I'll pass it on to our guys, our one and only Tyler LaPierre and also Kelby. These guys are absolutely incredible, amazing, and you know what? We threw them to the wolves on these interviews, and boy, they really did a great job. We're really, really proud of our team. Our announcers keep the energy coming, and we're looking forward to sharing more of them with you. And yes, please let them know in the comments as well that you appreciate them as well. They deserve that encouragement just as much as any of our team do, and they certainly make sure that this live stream, as well as all the energy at the track, stays nice and high. And they are very good at what they do, and we're very, very thankful to have them. So, yes, thank you so much for all your comments. Keep those coming. We are watching them, or trying to watch them on the live stream, at least until the races get going. Once they really kick off, then we focus on getting you the very best production that we can, lots of instant replays, and everything in between. Keep throwing these instant replays at you, folks, just to keep the energy going. If you enjoy them, let us know in the comments. We certainly worked quite hard on them for today. Takes a lot. We recorded over a terabyte of data last night to make this happen. It was quite a thing to do. But with our new systems, we're getting there. And we're very, very thankful for your patience as we continue to work out bugs, train new people, and we're all new. What are we talking about? We're all new. We don't know what we're doing, but we're doing a pretty good job of it, and we're very, very excited. You know what? Every single one of these nights, we are 4 races in this season, and every single one for our video production team has easily improved by 100%. We're incredibly thankful for that, and our team brings the best to the table. And you know what? Every single race we keep improving. There is no way to beat the effort that we're putting out. It's really incredible. Looks like we got racers coming to the track, so let's check in over on Cam 4 with Dylan as they get ready to have the drivers announce themselves. And we're coming in with Kelby here in just a second, and you'll get to see some of that here in just a moment. Let's go ahead and get one of our cameras, one of our robot PTZ cameras pointed down there so that you can see the action, and then we're going to check in with Dylan and the team down there and see what they have.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Electric City Speedway here for the Memorial Spectacular. Night number 2 here. We got all of the Frontier Sprint Tour drivers up here. We'll start here. Jake Quigley, a guy who has driven regularly with the Rocky Mountain Sprints. Now you're here in the Frontier Sprint Tour car with the 360 under the hood. What's been the biggest adjustment for you so far?
Horsepower, 100%.
Are you feeling comfortable with it, or is it something you're going to have to adjust for again?
Depends when you ask me, to be honest with you.
So we saw a nice hooked up fast race track. We're probably going to see something more dry slick. What do you prefer in terms of track conditions?
Dry slick all the way.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jake. We'll have you go through the front gate there. Declan Fleming. Declan, walk us through your night last night.
It was a little hectic. Ended up blowing up the motor, and then we scrambled to put it back together. It was a lot of work, but we got it done.
So what's been the biggest difference in racing with the Frontier Sprint Tour? You're another one of the locals here with the Rockies. What's been the biggest difference for you so far?
Definitely horsepower, keeping your foot in it and just letting her eat.
So you went from the black car last year to now white. What brought on that change?
Honestly, we just did this one up, and it was kind of, when we bought the body, it was all white, so we just ran with it.
All right, Declan, good luck tonight. We'll have you go through the gate here. And his brother, Paxton Fleming. Paxton, a former feature winner here at Electric City Speedway. You're now driving a red car this year. What brought on your change?
Yeah, we just changed up the paint scheme, running with the Mopar and my dad's old colors, so it looks pretty good out there, so we're pretty happy.
It certainly does. Now, how far do you guys have to travel to be here tonight with us?
I think it's about 9 hours. We're coming from Edmonton, so it's not so bad, though, especially to get a race in front of you guys, you fans here, so we love being here.
Thank you very much, Paxton, for coming down and racing with us. We'll have you go through the front gate as well. Matthew DeSille, a career best at Electric City Speedway last night for you, 4th place. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was. The car was feeling good. I was feeling good. You know, it was a good night.
You're another one of the Canadians who comes down and races with us. So what's the best part about racing in Montana?
Honestly, the fans here are insane. I love it here, especially Electric City. It's one of my favorite tracks.
Well, thank you for coming down and racing with us, Matthew. Good luck tonight. Here's a guy who needs little introduction. The beard got him last night, Kelly.
Yeah. How you guys doing?
Kelly Miller here. Thank you for coming down again this year. Kelly, you're a veteran of the ASCS Frontier region, many years with that series, many championships with that series. What's something you're looking forward to with this new venture with the Frontier Sprint Tour this year?
I'm looking forward to seeing it grow, and I like seeing a good car count, and I like seeing the fans coming out and sporting this. You know, without you guys here, you know, sporting us, we can't race.
So what did you see last night that allowed you to make that move late?
You know, I just had a comfortable race car, and you know, I just stayed up on the steering wheel and did what I could.
Kelly Miller racing with us here this evening again. And here's a local boy, Ian Myers, ladies and gentlemen. You got a fan section.
Yeah, sure do.
So I'll ask you again. You raced with the Frontier region last year and the Frontier Sprint Tour this year. What are you looking forward to with this new series?
Basically just try to be more consistent and get a lot more top fives this year and, you know, make sure everything's all good. So
you guys are going to do a little bit more branching out, a little bit more traveling this year in the 24M?
Yeah, we're going to try to make some more travels this year. Our schedule isn't as big as last year, so we're going to have less races this year for us. So we're going to try to make some big hitters, but just depends on how everything goes this year for us.
Ian Myers, thanks for coming out. Of course, I don't know if you had much of a choice, but Shad, we'll have you step over. The Shadillac, Shad Peterson. Shad, coming all the way up from Wyoming. Thank you for coming all the way to Electric City Speedway and racing with us this weekend. What are you looking forward to about the 2026 season?
Oh, I just like racing. I mean, that's pretty much it. I'll race about anything with wheels and some things with skis.
So, like you said, what all have you raced in your career? You're a guy who is a very, a lot of different things on your racing resume.
Yeah, so I raced snowcross, snowmobiles for a long time, won a couple regional championships there. Rode motorcycle trials for a long time. I was top 10 national competitor at that when I was doing it. I still do some shows here and there for that, and then I've raced a few motocrosses and things, you know, kind of hill climbs on a motorcycle, just kind of whatever.
And you've also raced sprint cars on asphalt as well. What's the biggest difference there?
Yeah, so I went down there, I never was really that interested in asphalt, but I also kind of believe that any time behind the wheel makes you a better driver, and boy, do I need the help. So it's just, it's a whole different driving style. Like it's very steady with your feet. Like you can't really lift a lot and make a lot of movements, and you got to get on the gas a lot sooner, I feel, coming out of the corner, and just kind of and of course the car feels unnaturally tight on asphalt, right? Because you're so used to being sideways and correcting, and you don't want to do that there. So just kind of a whole different ball game.
Well, thank you, Shad, for coming up and racing with us this weekend. We'll have you go through the gate here. Shad Peterson, everyone. A staple of Montana sprint car racing and racing in general here. This is TK Trevor Kirkland. Trevor, new year with the Frontier Sprint Tour after many years with the ASCS Frontier region. What are you looking forward to the most this year?
Just racing. I don't really think the ASCS stamp is as big as important as some seem to think it is. So I think we've done it many years without it, and obviously me being around it as long as I know that we can. So that being said, I think we're trying to do the right thing and get more cars to be able to race with us. And as you see last night, it's bringing a variety of cars. So it's fun. I think it provides a great show. I think last night's show was really good, other than the fact I finished third. So we're hoping to improve a little bit tonight, and it's going to start off with a pretty tough heat race as we had last night, but it should have the top three in it.
So what did you need last night to be a couple of spots better?
Actually, off what Kelly said, just sit up in the seat. I think my cardio is lacking a little bit, as it showed a little bit last night. So I'll be working on that a lot more, and I think just getting race acclimated, just getting back in the seat, getting the muscles working again, and I think that we'll be just fine.
Trevor Kirkland, ladies and gentlemen, racing with the Frontier Sprint Tour, racing with us here at Electric City Speedway. Christian Kinnison making the trek over, originally from Denton, Texas, but here now you're living out in Billings. What brought you from Texas to Montana?
Jerry Bray's race program and racetrack. I don't think there's anything quite like it, and all the racetracks up here in Montana are pretty cool too. Jeremy's got something really great and special going here, and very thankful he's letting us be a part of it.
What are you looking forward to this year with the Frontier Sprint Tour?
Making laps and being up front. If we get the chance and the track dries out, I think we got a pretty good shot.
Christian Kinnison, thanks for racing with us this weekend. He'll throw out some candy for you. Here's Brian Brown now. Brian, a guy who raced many years at the ASCS Frontier region. You had some of your best runs at this racetrack. What are you looking forward to this year?
Just finishing every race and putting the car in the trailer every night. It's always a bummer when you have, last night we were fighting motor issues. Hopefully we've got that figured out. We're going to give it another whirl tonight. My biggest accomplishment for this year would be to at least finish in the top 5 again in the points. It's been pretty consecutively the last couple of years finishing in the top 5. Other than that, I'd like to, give a huge shout out to Jeremy. He's doing a hell of a job here at this racetrack. He's just wants to give you fans a great show, and we're here to give you guys that great show. So keep coming out and packing these stands and support us and support Jeremy and Electric City Speedway.
Thank you, Brian. We'll have you go through the front gate here. Tim McCune. Good to see you, my man. You're racing out here with all these 360 sprint cars in your Sporty. What's your what's something that can give you more of an advantage tonight?
Well, we got rained out 3 times, so that was our testing tune. We had a blast last night.
So, are you going to use the notes that you get here when they come back with the Rockies?
Yeah, we learned a lot last night. Found some things on the car for tonight. We're excited.
Well, thank you for coming out and racing this weekend. T-Mac, Tim McCune, ladies and gentlemen. Now former Electric City Speedway track champion with the Rocky Mountain Sprint Cars, Greg Tackey. Greg, thanks for coming out this weekend. How was your night last night?
Oh, it was exciting. I mean, I don't know how I made the draw, but I did, and started out in the 3rd row and had 2 real fast guys in front of me, and I says, well, we'll hold it down and see what happens. And it worked out all right.
Well, thanks for coming out and racing with us, Greg, and good luck the rest of the 2026 season. Now, here's a guy with a beard. Fantastic beard. Cody Kuglin. Cody making the move to a sprint car this year after so many years in a modified. What made you want to make that move?
I got offered to drive Quigley's car, and I was very thankful for it. And then getting yelled. I did. I did wash the car too, thanks to that guy. Yep. Yeah. So offered me to drive it. I said sure, and then one thing leads to another, and here we are.
What's something that you're looking forward to the most about driving a sprint car?
Just the fact that there's not that much like serious expectations for every night, and I'm just out here having fun.
Cody Coughlin, thanks for coming out and racing with us every weekend, a staple here at Electric City Speedway for many years. Up next, another one of our sporties who graduated to the 360 ranks, Cruz Riggin. Cruz, how did last night go for you?
It went really well. We ran second in the heat race, and towards the end of the night in the main, started fifth, finished up ninth, a good top 10. Just my brakes got a little spongy on me and didn't really help me all that much. But
So your first earned top 10 in a 360, how's that feel?
it felt pretty good. The car was fast. Got a refreshed motor this year, brand new chassis, and just excited to get back out there.
Cruz Riggin, thank you, Cruz, for coming and racing with us. And here we are, Rich Bailey, driver of the Nubby Peterson 23. And Rich, well, explain to us how that deal came together with the Nubby Peterson car.
Yeah, I just kind of talked to Richie and Nubby and said if they had an opening, I definitely put my name in the hat, and they gave me a call, and this is our first night last night.
What are your expectations for 2026 in that car?
We're going to run for a championship and just try to get as many wins as we can.
Rich Bailey, thank you for coming out and racing with us. Make some noise. Drivers out here throwing stuff into the crowd. They love when you make noise. I think we need somebody down at the turn one end, boys. They're feeling left out down there.
Good evening, Great Falls. I said good evening, Great Falls. What did you think about that with some fan interaction? Let's give it up for the sprint car drivers. All right, so tonight we have some very exciting things that are going to happen that we weren't able to do last night. And as you can see coming up, we have our honor guard coming up, honor guard from Mount Sherman Air Force Base. We have a cancer survivor that is in the stands right now. I want everybody to stand for her when the time comes, and really appreciate her and what she's done for the legacy of Great Falls Racing. She is the true definition of a super fan. So here shortly we'll be able to recognize her. I believe we're going to go a lap around with the POW, which is very important to me, so please be respectful for that. I want you guys to know that the sprint cars, I believe, are running third tonight for the main. Is that right? So the next class, I believe, is the mods that are going to run. I want you guys to stay in your seats tonight and don't leave after the sprint cars. The reason why is we've invested a little bit of money tonight to say thank you for the attendance, and we're going to have a grand finale firework tonight. So I'm really excited for that. I thank you guys. Do you guys like fireworks? What was that? Okay, kids, what's this mean? 6-7, baby! All right, so as we go tonight, please don't leave after the sprint cars. Please stay, because I did invest a little bit of money into a fireworks show that I want to show everybody tonight. So again, I appreciate you guys coming out on a weekend like this. I know you guys could be camping, but this is a hell of a lot funner than camping. All right, I appreciate all. Love you all. Let's have a safe race tonight, and please enjoy yourself.
Fireworks at the end of the night, but we'll set out some fireworks before. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing at Electric City Speedway. If you are parked down in front of the fire hydrant, down at the bottom of the hill by the Fleet Supply, you need to move your vehicle immediately. You need to move your vehicle immediately if you are parked down at the bottom of the hill in front of the fire hydrant. We need to be able to get water for the track, and can't do that if somebody's parked there. So please go move your vehicle immediately. Thank you. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to Electric City Speedway, the home of the Montana Roundup over the Labor Day weekend. Tonight, night number 2 of the Memorial Special. We've got the Staybridge Suites with Soda Midwest Modifieds, Yada Works Repair, Super Stocks, the Alliance for Youth Modifieds, and the second ever event for the Frontier Sprint Tour 360 Sprint Cars here on Thunder Hill this evening. Thank you all for being here. Kelby Cross, Tyler LaPierre, General PSA. While cars are rolling on the track, parents need you to keep your kids back from the front straightaway fence. We do have a special tribute tonight for Judy Wagner as we induct her into the Electric City Speedway Hall of Fame. Judy is actually standing right below the announcer's booth towards the turn 4 end of it. You see her standing up. So sometime around 1958, Judy Wagner began her life in racing when she met and married Gary Wagner. Judy Wagner was and is so much more than a super fan. She participated in many Powder Puff races and was the first woman in this state to drive a sprint car in a Powder Puff race. Additionally, Judy was a member of the Women's Racing Club for many years. Throughout the years, Judy supported her husband Gary Wagner in the many different classes of racing he participated in, whether that be modifieds, stocks, super stocks, or sprint cars. Judy was responsible for Mike Monahan's addiction to sprint car racing for over 50 years.
Late one cold and frozen evening, Mike was towing his sprint car on a brand new borrowed trailer from Charlie Meismer back to his garage. When he turned the corner, the trailer and sprint car slid off the road and into a tree. Mike was devastated and swore to himself that he was giving up racing and would never race again. While sitting there and trying to figure out what to do, along comes Judy Wagner. She, of course, stops and asks if he needs help and tells Mike that she will go on home and send her husband Gary back to help. Gary comes back, assures Mike that they can repair the trailer, tows it back to his house, and a friendship that became family for more than 50 years was born. All because Judy Wagner stopped to help a kid with a race car on his trailer.
Judy Wagner also assisted Gary Wagner in running the Electric City Speedway for 4 years. Judy has spent more than half of her life at a racetrack and has so many happy memories of her racing years, as well as her racing family, and she would not have changed a thing.
Judy was just recently diagnosed with metastatic cancer. This Hall of Fame honor for Judy was originally scheduled for July 18th of this year, but due to the unknown time frame of her health, we have chosen to honor her tonight, as many of her close friends and families are here to join her.
Let's hear it, racing family. Judy Wagner, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you all for standing and honoring Judy. We ask that you please remain standing as we observe a moment of silence for our prisoners of war, as well as our missing in action flag, making a lap around the Speedway here tonight. Thank you all. We appreciate that very much. we ask that you please remain standing. Here to deliver tonight's invocation, Steve Fowler.
Thanks, everybody, for being here for a beautiful night at Electric City Speedway. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Lord, we thank you for loving us. We thank you for the privilege to come and enjoy the sport of racing. We thank you we live in a country where we're free to come and enjoy this sport. I pray and thank you for those who have passed away, providing for our freedom. I pray that you bless and encourage their families. Help them to know how much we appreciate all that they do to serve us. I pray that you be with our military now and keep them safe. I pray that you be with the drivers tonight. Help them to perform to the best of their abilities. Keep them safe. Keep the workers at the track safe. Keep the workers on their cars safe. Keep the fans safe. Help us have a great night of racing together. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Steve. We ask that you please remain standing as we honor our friends north of the border with our Canadian anthem tonight. Thank you all very much. We ask that you please remain standing as well as silent until the cannon sounds for our national anthem here tonight. Tonight's colors presented by the Malmstrom Air Force Base Honor Guard.
A truly American song for the truest of American sports. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we remember the fallen and say, let's go racing at Electric City Speedway. It's about hammer down time on Thunder Hill. Tyler LaPierre, great racing last night, very hooked up. We're going to see a very different racetrack this evening.
Absolutely, Kelby. Track already tremendously different than it was last night. You can see the track going to be dry here this evening. Should be some pretty good racing here, especially later on in the evening.
So when we're at these big two-day shows, what would you have to change in order to, get your car ready? If it was already prepared for a track that was real hooked up last night, what kind of changes are you making for a track that is already showing signs of going slick here this evening?
Early on, I'm already tightening up the car. I probably won't be making too tremendous of changes, but definitely you want the car to rotate, but you don't want the car to rotate as hard as it was last night, for example. So you're probably going to be taking a little bit of steer out of the car. You're probably going to be maybe lowering the J bar in the modified divisions. There's a lot of different things that you can do to achieve the same outcome. I really can't speak for the sprint car guys. I'm more of a modified kind of guy myself, but definitely tightening up the car, and I'm sure the sprint car guys are as well.
So what's the secret to getting around a dry, slick racetrack fast?
The biggest thing is you want to be smooth on the gas and on the brakes, as well as the wheel. You really can't go into the corner too hot. You got to really shut the car down and keep from getting into a four-wheel skate and sliding up the racetrack. Unless there's something way up on the fence and you're kind of entering in somewhere near the middle and letting the car skate up and banging the cushion and riding the top side of the racetrack all the way around. But in a racetrack that I expect to see tonight, you're going to see a lot slower racing, a lot more technical driving, and a lot closer battles.
This is, I've always kind of thought of a slick racetrack as a test to see who can really control their car.
A slick racetrack will definitely it'll show a lot of things. Who's got a really good setup underneath the deck of their car, who's really got the foot, the right foot, the left foot figured out. Really, who's smooth. The smooth operators are going to be at the front of the field. Whereas you see, especially the cars that are higher horsepower, you'll see typically on a dry slick racetrack, it's way harder to control a race car that has a higher horsepower. You end up seeing the rear tires start to spin, and if you're spinning, you're not winning. So really, the guys that are running these crate motors, they have a severe advantage over the open motor guys. But really, I've seen a lot of open motor guys that are really good behind the wheel. They know how to get their way around the racetrack and on really any given surface. So.
So case in point, Tyler, already there just through that first hot lap session, a lot of dust, Lots of rooster tails. Ian Myers there with a puff of smoke. Hopefully that engine's not hurt, but already seeing some pretty dry slick conditions tonight.
And one of the cool things about the clay really at any racetrack is if it gets dry enough and the cars that are running on it have enough horsepower and you get enough cars running the same line, the rubber from the tires will actually embed itself into the racetrack. They call it getting rubbered up. These sprint cars are going to have a really good opportunity to do that. Really, when the track starts to take rubber, it's extremely fast. So while it is dry slick, you're going to see a little bit slower racing in our heat races. As the night progresses, I fully expect this track to start to take a little bit of rubber.
Seeing a lot of skating out there already, Tyler.
Yeah, the top side of the Speedway certainly already fairly dry before we even drop the green flag for our heat races. It'll be interesting to see as the night goes on what happens. The thing about these sprint cars is you don't ever see any of them running the extreme bottom of the racetrack here. They always have so much momentum built up that they got to shut the car down so hard in order to run the bottom all the way around the racetrack that you rarely see them on the bottom. So while the top might be dry, I think we're going to see a lot of them up there.
Yeah, you typically don't see a lot of sprint cars on a high-banked oval like this down on the bottom of the racetrack. Those are usually your more semi-banked or flatter tracks that you see sprint cars really putting down around the tractor tires.
Kelby, I know I kind of whooped up on you last night. Do you think there's any redemption for you in the My Race Pass fantasy draft here this evening?
Let's hope so, at least for my case.
I don't know, man. You better count your lucky stars. Yeah, Racing Hill actually ended up winning last night. I met with his mom here down in the stands earlier. I guess he brought a Band-Aid for my hurt feelings. So Racing, you got one coming, buddy. As we prepare to bring out your heat race number 1 of your Staybridge Suites Wissota Midwest Modifieds. Your lineup from the front to the back. Starting on the front row on the inside in the 0G, that's Cody Pfeiffer out of Helena, Montana. On his outside door panel on the outside of row number 1 in car number 33Z, Luke Zampich. Starting third on the field in car number 22, that's Michael Schur. On the outside of row number 2, in car number 15, Marvin Gonzalez. In the third row on the inside, in car number 24S, that's Carl Sangre. And rounding out the field from that 6th spot in car number 4C, Fred Hansen tonight, driving the 4C Wissota Midwest Modified. You know, Kelby, I'm pretty sure that 24S is Fred's old car. So we'll see what happens here as heat race action prepares to kick off.
We've got a bunch of cars that need to be moved. Probably the highest priority one is one that's parked down in front of the fire hydrant, license plate number ETP 723. ETP 723 needs you to go move your vehicle immediately. I've got a maroon Toyota Venza 2-12478C. 2-12478C needs you to go move your vehicle immediately.
We got them doubled up. Not sure if there was a miscommunication there. I think we were getting ready to take the green. That being said, the yellow light has gone out. JD showed him the one to go on the flag stand. We're going to be going green at turn number 4 this time by. Pfeiffer and Zampich lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Kicking off night number 2 of your Memorial Day special. We're green at Electric City Speedway for your WISSOTA Midwest Modified Heat Race number 1. Zampich on the top, Pfeiffer on the bottom. Pfeiffer losing a little bit of ground. Fred Hansen, the man on the move, 1 corner, 6th to 2nd. Fred Hansen doing a good job of trail breaking that car. You see the left front kind of locking up there through the center of turns 1 and 2. Fred Hansen a little tight there in 1 and 2. Here comes Cody Pfeiffer. Cody Pfeiffer battling back on the inside of car number 33Z, Luke Zampich. Cody Pfeiffer going to slide up and take away the groove from the 33Z. You got yourself a new leader in the 0G. Luke Zampich skating just a little bit on exit. Going to lose a little bit of ground to the 0G now this time by. Cody Pfeiffer steering just a little bit up the racetrack. He's going to maintain that top spot. Pfeiffer continues to lead. Zampich in second. Fred Hansen and Marvin Gonzalez, followed by Michael Schur. Michael Schur in a door-to-door battle with Carl Sangray down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 that time. Carl Sangray going to take over that 5th spot now. Michael Schur looking to battle back on the inside of Sangray off of turn number 4. Looks like he's going to do it. Give it to Schur that time. Cody Pfeiffer continues to lead. He's got over a 1-second advantage over the 33Z Zampich. Laps winding down. Cody Pfeiffer set to accept a white flag out of turn number 4 this time by. At the flag stand, Cody Pfeiffer with 2 more corners to go. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 for the final time in heat race number 1. Cody Pfeiffer going to get it done out of Helena, Montana. He's followed by Zampich, Hansen, Gonzalez, and Sangray, your top 5. How about that one, ladies and gentlemen? Put your hands together for Cody Pfeiffer getting it done in heat race number 1. Cody sponsored by Zero Gravity Racing, Queen City Concessions, Sleeping Giant Bowling Lanes, DWK Construction, Capital City Engines, and Live Fast Racing, all backing the 0G of Cody Pfeiffer.
Heat race number 2 for the Staybridge Suites WISSOTA Midwest Modified. Staybridge Suites is an extended stay hotel offering elevated residential style studios and suites, complimentary daily breakfast buffet, complimentary light bites and happy hour 3 days a week, and ample amenities to accommodate both short-term and extended stay guests. They know that being on the road means balancing work with family and friends, so they go out of their way to make sure your stay is enjoyable as well as keeping you connected to what matters most. Call 406-761-4903 or visit staybridge.com to book your stay today. Heat race number 2 looks like this on the front row. From right here in Great Falls in the 7D4, it'll be Dayton Liscomb. On the inside of car number 54, also from right here in Great Falls, Joseph Brooks, Joseph Brosif. On the inside of row number 2 in the 39 Junior, Cody Harvey. On the outside in car number 20, Brady Lorenz. On the inside of row number 3 in the 1H, Vernon Hill Jr. Out of Black Eagle. And joining us from Billings this evening in car number 73, Mario Berger. Taking a look at Dayton Liscomb, the pole sitter for this heat race. A kid who's already in his 14th racing season and racing since he was 6 years old. Started quarter midgets from 6 years old to when he was 13. Now he's in his 7th Midwest Modified season. That's the driver of the 7D4 here on the front straightaway.
You know, it's been pretty awesome watching him grow up over the years. Being able to hang out at the quarter midget track and watch him run around as just a youngin', and now kind of a force to be reckoned with in the IMCA, or excuse me, the Wissota Midwest Mods. We'll see what happens here tonight. New season for the 74. First night out. That race car looking sharp. We'll see what happens here as the night progresses.
Picked up his first win at Electric City Speedway in 2024, a race that you and I called. That's on YouTube. KGC Announcing Services, little shameless plug there. And track championship runner-up last year, pole sitter, 74, Dayton Liscombe, bringing him into turn number 3 as the field bunches up off of turn number 4. Staybridge Suites Wissota Midwest Modifieds heat race number 2 is underway. Liscombe caught Joseph Brooks sleeping. He skates off into 1 and 2. They're 3 wide for the lead. Joseph Brooks takes the lead off of turn number 2. Lorenz is able to knife his way through the field into the second spot. Mario Berger on the move on the inside. Dayton Liscombe tries to battle back, tried to get back into the second spot. Berger into third off of turn number 4. Berger trying to make that inside work in the 73 car as Lorenz with a little bit of a squirrel off of turn number 2. Can't make it happen for Berger. Berger settles into the third spot. Joseph Brooks keeping her smooth and straight out in front in the 54. Vernon Hill Jr. gets past Dayton Liscombe. Liscombe first to fifth right now in the heat race. VJ to the inside of Lorenz into turn number 3 as Berger has settled his way into the second spot. Vernon Hill Jr. now as Berger takes the lead from Joseph Brooks. Mario Berger sneaks into the lead from the 6th spot. 6-1 run for Mario Berger in the 73 car. From the back to the front, halfway home, 4 up, 4 down, 4 to go. Vernon Hill Jr. to the inside of Joseph Brooks into 1 and 2. Brooks able to slam that door. Cody Harvey battling with Dayton Liscombe in 5th. As they come off a turn number 4 side by side all the way around the Electric City Speedway for second. Into 1 and 2, Hill has the advantage by a nose. Going to try and clear Brooks off a turn number 2, and he does so, getting a decent drive off of the more inside groove off of turn number 2, staying just at where that last patch of moisture is before getting out into the dry slick. Mario Berger has that right rear right in the slick all the way around the Electric City Speedway. Off of turn number 4. White flag for Mario Berger. Berger with a straightaway over Vernon Hill Jr. Joseph Brooks, Dayton Liscombe has battled back into the 4th spot. As down the back shooting into turn number 3 for the final time in heat race number 2. Mario Berger wins it. A 6-1 run for Mario Berger. Vernon Hill Jr. in second. And Joseph Brooks in third. How about it, ladies and gentlemen? Your 2025 Wissota Midwest Modified State Champion. Going 6-1 in heat race number 2. Already a win here at Electric City Speedway for the HCL Trucking Equipment car number 73.
As we bring out heat race number 3 for your Staybridge Suites Wissota Midwest Modifieds. Your lineup from the front to the back. On the pole, in the 13S out of Billings, Montana, Anthony Berger. On the outside of the front row, in car number 16 OZ, the 16 ounce, that's CR Eisenzimmer. On the inside of row number 2, in car number 3T, out of Three Forks, Montana, John Tribble. Starting on the outside of row number 2, from the 4th spot on the field, in car number 09, that's Tyler Leach. Starting on the inside of row number 3, in car number 66, that's Dan Harvey. And rounding out the field, from the 6th spot, in car number 086, that's Tommy Bush.
So Tyler, tale of 2 different races there. First couple of heats, saw Mario Berger go from 6-1. Cody Pfeiffer able to wrestle back and get his, spot back and win the race. But, this track is pretty racy. In terms of passing.
Absolutely. I think the top side may be a little bit more dominant right now, allowing these guys to keep their momentum up as Anthony Berger and C.R. Eisenzimmer lead the field to green here at Electric City Speedway. Anthony Berger leading. Ooh, Tyler Leach hard into the turn number 4 wall. Trying to avoid Tommy Bush there in turn number 4.
We've got a Prius that needs to move immediately. You are in front of the fire hydrant that we need to get water on the track. You need to move your vehicle immediately. ETP723 is the license plate number. Need you to move your vehicle right now or it will be towed.
Looks like the 09 of Tyler Leach parking his equipment for the remainder of the heat race. Tommy Bush also being asked to remove his race car from the speedway for the remainder of this heat race. In heat race action here at Electric City Speedway, you are one and done. If you do cause a caution in the heat race, you are asked to retire your machine to the pits for the remainder of the heat race.
Tyler Leach is one of my draft picks.
Tyler Leach is also one of my draft picks. Hopefully heat race action doesn't count too much. We'll see. Six to 3 in one lap. We're going to get her done.
What a charge. War of attrition here in heat race number 3.
The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going green at a turn number 4, this time by off of turn number 4. The green flag waves for Anthony Berger once again. C.R. Eisenzimmer way up on the top, looking to maybe throw a slider into 1 and 2. Not going to do it that time. Anthony Berger rocketing down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. C.R. Eisenzimmer way loose in turns 3 and 4. Caution flag going to wave for C.R. Eisenzimmer. He will retire that machine to the pits for the remainder of this heat race as well.
What happens if we get down to just 1?
I imagine we watch him make their laps. I don't know. We've never seen that before, I don't think. I think I would probably want to make the laps.
But if you spin and bring out the caution, if all of them spin and bring out the caution, what happens?
Whoever spun first. The caution is called on them.
Whoever spun first or last?
First.
If you ain't first, you're last.
First. You'll see Dan Harvey back out on the speedway. We have yet to complete a lap. Therefore, he will get his spot back after changing a flat tire. Back to 3 cars on the speedway once again. Green flag going to wave once again for Anthony Berger and John Tribble. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Berger on the top. John Tribble trying to keep that car as straight as possible. We have officially completed our first lap of heat race number 3. 7 more to go with Anthony Berger up front. Lots of excitement on the Speedway here in heat race number 3. Anthony Berger up front, John Tribble in second, and Dan Harvey in third. As we approach the halfway point once again, that is Anthony Berger up front. John Tribble in the second place spot, followed by Dan Harvey in third. Anthony Berger through the center, John Tribble through the center as well. Dan Harvey having some trouble on the bottom, getting a little tight there in turns 3 and 4. John Tribble losing some ground that time to Anthony Berger out of turn number 2. White flag finally going to wave here in heat race number 3. Anthony Berger continuing to lead. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 for the final time in heat race number 3. Anthony Berger going to get it done. Followed by John Tribble in second and Dan Harvey in third. How about that one, ladies and gentlemen? And Anthony Berger out of Billings, Montana, getting it done in heat race number 3. Heat race number 3, full of excitement. As we prepare to switch gears and bring out heat race number 1 of your AutoWorks Repair and More with Soda Super Stocks.
AutoWorks Repair and More for all your service and repair, tire service, oil change, lube, check engine light, fleet repair, and all other light maintenance needs. Visit AutoWorks Repair and More at 320 2nd Avenue or call them at 406-799-6655. AutoWorks Repair and More. Partnering with the Super Stocks division, as on the front row of heat race number 1 will be number 93. That'll be Clay Irwin. On the outside out of Great Falls in the 1K, Levi DuPaul. Inside of row number 2 in the 00 from Deer Lodge, it'll be downtown, Bo Brown. And up top in the 4th spot in the 285, Zane Lemire. Matt Tribble going to bring up the rear in the 4T. 5 cars, 8 laps, heat race at number 2. Heat race number 1, rather, for the Superstocks. Looks like Levi DuPaul electing to take the rear of the field. So Clay Irwin takes off with the lead into 1 and 2. Bo Brown into second. Zane Lemire in third. Matt Tribble in fourth. Then it's DePaul rounding out the field right now. Irwin enters high. Gets a little out of shape off of turn number 4. Brown closes up into 1 and 2. Brown takes a shot. Gets a little tight. And Zane Lemire spins it out right behind him. Yeller Feller for the 285.
Tough break for Kelby Cross. Is that Matt Tribble turn facing the wrong direction? Turns 3 and 4 there as well. Zane Lemire being charged with the caution. Tough break for you, Kelby. I saw you did have him picked as a fantasy favorite.
How did your Midwest Modifieds go?
Ooh, that's a great question. Let's take a look here. I'm currently 5th in the Wissota Midwest Mod standings. I don't want to look. Ooh, we've got a really, oh man. 1, 2, 3, 4-way tie for second place. The winner currently winning, believe it or not. 66.67% correct picks out of the winner. The winner is in attendance. Where are you at in Wissota Midwest Modified Fantasy Draft standing?
You know, I think I'll keep that to myself. I'm not in the top 20.
Gosh, man, I don't. I wish I could help you, man, but it's all every man for themselves, you know. Are you Roadrunner? Who are you? Never mind. We will. I don't know if I can say that on the air. The yellow light has gone out, Kelby. We're going to be going back to green out of turn number 4, this time by
Delaware double file restart. Leader chooses a lane. Bo Brown choosing the inside lane, running second. Matt Tribble in third, and Levi DePaul in the 1K in fourth. 7 laps to go. Green flag's in the air. Back into 1 and 2. Bo Brown slides across the nose of Tribble. Tribble cuts it back down. Side by side racing for the second spot. Into turn number 3. Irwin has a slim lead over the battle for second. Matt Tribble catfishing around on the inside. Puts the nose into the second spot. Brown battles back on the outside. Clay Irwin not pulling away out in front. Tribble. Oh boy. Bo Brown with a thread in the needle move off of turn number 4. Downtown. Bo Brown into the lead off of 4. Into 1 and 2. Tribble still hammerheading around on the inside. Irwin gets out of shape. Tribble into the second spot. Irwin battles back on the outside. Bo Brown starting to set sail in the double out in front. Matt Tribble and Clay Irwin duking it out. Tribble clears him off of turn number 4. Levi DePaul making laps in the 1K in the 4th spot. But Bo Brown out in front, trying to run away and hide in the 0-0. 6 laps complete. Tribble and Irwin have switched lanes. Clay Irwin down to the bottom through 1 and 2, puts the 93 back into second. For the moment, Tribble battles back in the 4T. Irwin right up around the infield tractor tires, and he will clear the 4T. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. A 2-second comfortable lead for downtown Bo Brown. He will accept the white flag this time. Clay Irwin in second. Matt Tribble in third. Levi DePaul running in fourth. Down the back shooting into turn number 3. The Three Forks driver, Bo Brown, taking home the heat race victory. Downtown, Bo Brown picking up the victory in heat race at number 1 here with the Super Stocks. Clay Irwin in second. I see JJM Performance, the sponsor, on the double aught, and Matt Tribble in third.
You know, Kelby, I don't understand how you get all these badass heat races and I get 3 Midwest mods going straight in a circle.
Luck of the draw.
Well, I guess I'll take it for whooping up on you in the fantasy draft. So, we'll call her square.
Yeah, we'll call it even. That's that.
As we bring out heat race number 2 of your AutoWorks Repair and More with Soda Super Stocks.
Hey, be careful. I won that last heat race.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. On the pole in heat race number 2. In car number 22, out of Joplin, Montana, Andrew Nelson. On the outside of the front row in car number 85, Patrick Lemire. Starting third on the field out of Bozeman, Montana, in the 32 Star, that's Bodie Smith. And it wouldn't be a super stock race at Electric City Speedway if it weren't for the 67 of Casey Stephenson starting fourth on the field. And rounding out the field from that 5th spot, out of Bozeman, Montana, in the 108, that's B Money, Bill Monet. On the flag stand, JD throwing the green flag for heat race number 2 of your Soda Super Stocks. Into 1 and 2. Patches be fast. Pat Lemire way up front. Casey Stephenson in car number 67 setting his sights on that number 1 spot at the flag stand. Door-to-door battle. Give it to Casey Stephenson leading lap number 1. A little bit of bump and grind there between the 85 and the 67. By 21 thousandths of a second, the 67 leads over the 85. Off of turn number 4 that time, Bodie Smith putting a nose in there, and he's going to take over that 2nd spot now. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Door-to-door battle between Smith and Lemire. Bill Monet looking to capitalize. Pat Lemire slowing off the pace in car number 85. Something not right under the deck of the 85. Caution flag going to wave for Pat Lemire.
So Casey Stephenson obviously extremely dominant around the Electric City Speedway. Won 8 features last year in 12 races. That is a 67% win percentage for car number 67. And, real quick, this is also random, but the disabled veterans are selling 50-50 raffle tickets, walking around doing that. As of right now, you will be taking home $750 for the 50-50. So get in on that action and get the pot growing.
$750 take home, and we aren't even through half of our heat races. This is pretty impressive. As we prepare to throw the green flag once again, Casey Stephenson up front, going to lead the field back to green. Through turns 1 and 2, Bill Monet going to take over that 2nd spot over the 32 Star of Bodie Smith. Bodie electing to use the middle of the racetrack this time by. Bodie seems to be fast on the bottom. We got them side by side through 1 and 2. B Money holding on to that 2nd spot up top. Bodie Smith in the extreme bottom, using every bit of moisture as he's going to slide back into that 2nd spot at the line that time by. Bottom side of the racetrack starting to take shape. through turns 3 and 4 as Bodie Smith maybe slide up the groove just a little bit, continuing to pull on Bill Monet. Off of turn number 4 this time. White flag in the air for the 67 of Stephenson. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 for the final time in your Wissota Super Stock Heat Races. Casey Stephenson coming home with a victory over the 32-star Bodie Smith, the 108 of Bill Monet, and Andrew Nelson completing your field.
So both of the Lemire cars having trouble in their heat races, so
Put your hands together for Casey Stephenson getting it done in that heat race. He's sponsored by Affordable Sprinklers and Mom and Dad.
So entering the arena is the Frontier Sprint Tour, and we'll toss it over to John to take over for us.
Got 3 heat races coming up. 16 Frontier sprint cars getting ready to take to the track. We'll start with our first 6, your Saldana Race Products heat race number 1. And your starting lineup up front inside of row number 1. Out of Great Falls, Montana, the Homeland Properties, Western Office Equipment, Randy Wenzek, Pacer Sign Design, Lowenbro, number 24M, that's Ian Myers. Alongside him, outside row number 1, from Great Falls, Montana, in the Forest Racing number 8, that's Tim McCune. On the inside of row number 2, 38B out of East Helena, Montana, Cap Paving Van Store, Lucky Buckies, Jay Lowry, Excavating Summit Collision on that car. That's Brian Brown. Alongside him, that's the number 6C. Out of Great Falls, Montana, Les Schwab Tires, Flippin' Family Fun, La Cocinca Mexican Restaurant, Paulson's Power Sports, Montana Kid, Cruz Riggin. And then it's the 07T out of Great Falls, Montana, Nelson Architect, Automotive Machine GT Racing on it, Greg Tacky. And rounding out the field out of Casper, Wyoming, Play with Gravity, Riverview Chevrolet, Heiser Farms, Skulltree Brewing. Number 2, Shadowlack, Shad Peterson. Coming to green for 8 laps. We're getting stacked up, and they're going to get the one to go signal this time out of 4. And when they come back around to you, it'll be green flag racing time. Into turns 3 and 4, your Saldana Race Products Heat Race number 1. 8 laps, and we are green. A great starter on the outside for Tim McCune, but Ian Myers going to stay with him through 1 and 2. McCune gets a run off the top, and he's going to roll into the lead down the back straightaway. Battle for third is on a deep run by Cruz Riggin on the outside of Brian Brown. He's going to bobble a little bit, and Brown's going to slide right on through, but it's Tim McCune leading lap number 1. Meyer slots into second. Riggin, he's under attack now from Shad Peterson for that 4th spot. He's going to keep it real tight on him, slide up, giving Greg Tacky a little bit of a scare there. And Peterson's going to hold on to that 4th spot now. A backslide for Cruz Riggin, clearly not enjoying how his car feels. Back up front, still Tim McCune in that number 8, running away with it here. Heat race number 1, nothing on that start that the 24M could do. Towards the back now, it looks like it's still trouble for Cruz Riggin. Oh, all the way to the top there was Ian Myers. He's going to be under fire from Brown now, and Chad Peterson. Brown down to the bottom, going to try to get by him, and he is. To second now goes Brian Brown. Crossover move coming down from Ian Myers. He's going to slide up off turn 4, get the position back, give the second position back to Ian Myers. Does Brian Brown have anything? Myers is going to block that slide. Oh, there's contact, and around goes Brian Brown. The 38B goes around after Myers just touches him. That was left rear, right front just getting together. And around goes the 38B in an unfortunate incident in an amazing battle for the second position. And that 38B comes to a stop in turns 1 and 2 as a result of that caution. It was tight racing there for a second after a mistake from Ian Myers around the top side of 3 and 4. It was 3 cars under a blanket there for a moment. You'll get a replay of the caution right there. Just a slight bit of contact between the tires of those 2 race cars sent that 38B around. Thankfully, it looks like minimal damage to that 38B. Obviously hard to tell from here, but the contact was extremely light and the car stays rolling. Your biggest fear when you collide tire to tire like that is obviously going up and over, but just in the perfect spot. That was just a simple spin. Brian Brown looks like he's going to tag the tail of the field here. Good thing to see him keep that car rolling. And we'll take a look at your lineup for the restart. Restarting right out front is that number 8 car, Tim McCune. He took the lead on lap 1, and he has stayed there. Ian Myers, caution was a great break for him. He was losing confidence there. 3rd, Chad Peterson. Cruz Riggin moves back into 4th. Ladies and gentlemen, you see that cone down on the front stretch. A lot of you may not know what that means on these restarts. That cone, you can't pass before it, can't hit it, and you can't go underneath it on these restarts. They're single file, and they're back green. Tim McCune is going to hold the lead for now, but Ian Myers making a charge on the bottom. They go side by side into 1 and 2. A nice run for Tim McCune to hold it. Myers going to keep that nose down there through 3 and 4. Stay side by side in another great run. This time McCune clears him again. McCune continues to hold his lead over Myers. Myers already pulling away from Peterson. Further back, it looks like Brian Brown having trouble making his way back to the front. He stays behind Greg Tackey, who is still peppering on Cruz Riggin. He's going to go to the outside of Riggin, and he's going to get that spot on the white flag. 1 to go for Tim McCune. He's going to hold the lead. Ian Myers is going to give it one last charge along the bottom, but it's not going to be enough. Tim McCune wins Saldana Race Products Heat Race number 1. Ian Myers in 2nd, Chad Peterson in 3rd. Cruz Riggin is going to back up to 4th. And then it's going to be Brian Brown, your caution there earlier, and rounding out the field, Greg Tackey. But let's give it a hand. Let's give a hand, Electric City Speedway, to Tim McCune, your winner of Heat Race number 1. On that McCune car is Just Simply Forest Racing as a sponsor. Owner was in that heat race with him, Greg Tackey. He's from Great Falls, Montana, right here in town. Great to see that 8 car up front and running extremely well. We're going to get heat race number 2 rolling out here, and it's a good one. Last night we saw the first installment of the Miller vs. Kirkland in heat race number 3, and then we saw the second installment in the main event. Number 1 went to Kirkland, number 2 went to Miller. They're evened up, and now we get to see installment number 3. Starting on the pole, inside row number 1, from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, the Diesel R Corp, Overweg Trucking, Horizon Truck and Body, Kinetic Customs, number 2 JR. It's Kelly Miller, last night's main event winner. To his outside, from Helena, Montana, in the Chevy of Helena, AA Transmission, Kirkness Roofing, Bill Willis Masonry, The Man Store, number 37, TK Trevor Kirkland. On row number 2, from Helena, Montana, is the number 23N of Rich Bailey. Number 4, the 71K. DWK Construction's Holistic Relief by Design, Halftime Sports Bar, Elk Creek Construction and Excavation Roadhouse Diner. That's a 71K, Cody Kuglin. And rounding out the field from Goodwell, Oklahoma, in the number 51, Mike Quigley sponsored car, that's Jake Quigley. We've obviously seen installments of this battle many times over the years, and it's always great to see another one, especially in these heat races. You're going to see it every night in the main that these cars are on track, but Miller versus Kirkland always puts on a show. Put on a show last night in the main. We saw Kirkland dominate the heat race number 3 win he got last night. Now, in Keating Performance heat race number 2, he's going to try to do it again, and Miller is going to try to do what he did in the main event last night and hold off Trevor Kirkland. See the yellow lights go out around the track. Flagger gave him the rolled up flag. That means we got 1 to go to green here in Keating Performance heat race number 2. Through 3 and 4, the third installment of the season, Miller versus Kirkland and the rest of the gang. Green flag is in the air for heat race number 1. It's Rich Bailey with a great start along the bottom. He's going to get to the inside of Kirkland. Miller out to the early lead, but here comes Rich Bailey making up for the main event last night. He's along the bottom alongside Miller. It's very close down into 3 and 4. Miller's going to hold the lead. A big slide from Bailey. Going to let Kirkland get back by. Kelly Miller leads lap number 1. Rich Bailey putting on a show already in heat race number 2. But Miller leads, holding off Trevor Kirkland for now. Kirkland right around the bottom. Bailey and Miller are along the top. And here comes Rich Bailey looking back at Trevor Kirkland. Through 3 and 4, Miller went down to the bottom. Oh, and around goes Kirkland! In turn number 2, Trevor Kirkland spins. Looked like all on his own. Maybe contact from Rich Bailey. It was very tight down there, but I don't believe so. It just looked like Kirkland went around on his own. So far, 2 cautions in 2 heat races, and this one, a big name, Trevor Kirkland. Not someone you see slip up very often. And he does it here in heat race number 2. You see the replay? Yeah, he just hit a bump. Maybe those infield tires. If you're watching on Facebook, you see the replay. And just went around. Unfortunate there for Kirkland. Never want to see incidents. Thankfully, his car is A-OK, just like Brian Brown's from before, and he'll have to tag the rear and put on a show coming back through the field. It always is a show when you get to see Trevor Kirkland pass cars. The beginning of that heat race was a show as well. Bailey, Kirkland, and Miller duking it out for those opening laps. Interested to see what this restart will do, having Rich Bailey right up on Kelly Miller's back bumper. Looks like we're going to see it this time. Back to the green flag racing. Kelly Miller with a great launch over Rich Bailey, and they're going to go down 1 and 2 like that. Already Trevor Kirkland in the back getting around Jake Quigley, and he's going to set his sights on Cody Kuglin. But up front, Bailey is not letting Miller run away. They both run the same line along the top, and Bailey is going to keep right in the dust trail of Kelly Miller. Miller runs a lower line than him in 1 and 2, and it's going to help him. A big run for Kelly Miller down the back straightaway. And now you see Kelly Miller once again dominating over Rich Bailey. After last night, I am sure Rich Bailey is sick and tired of seeing the back of that 2JR machine. A little further back, Trevor Kirkland is starting to close the gap on Cody Kuglin. He is right on him through out of number 4 and heads to the top to get around him. And he's not going to quite get there, but we'll see what kind of run he gets off turn 2. He blasts by him down the back straightaway and through 3 and 4. Kirkland's going to have that spot. He's back into that 3rd spot. Not going to have enough time quite to get Bailey without a yellow. But back up front, Kelly Miller in that 2JR. Once again dominating. Your last night's winner is going to go under the white flag this time. What a show heat race number 2 has been. And Kelly Miller, a little bit of a slip from Miller. Don't see that very often, but it's not going to affect it. Kelly Miller off 3 and 4. He's going to get heat race number 2. Behind him, Rich Bailey and Trevor Kirkland. That's the top 3 from last night's feature. It's going to be top 3 in heat race number 2. Then it's Cody Kuglin. And coming across the line now, it's Jake Quigley. But ladies and gentlemen, your Keating Performance heat race number 2 winner. Let's hear for the 2JR out of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, DCLR Corp, Overland Trucking, Horizon Truck and Body, Kinetic Customs. It's Kelly Miller. Miller just has become one of those guys, whether it's ASCS Frontier Region or now Frontier Sprint Tour, he's become inevitable around these places, and he continues to do that here in Frontier Sprint Tour action. Finally, we have our third heat rolling onto the Speedway now. That is XXX Chassis Heat Race number 3. Your lineup looks like this from Denton, Texas. Now operating out of Billings, Montana. In the Performance Battery Solutions, Brand Industries, Michael King, Dream Coatings, TR Graphics, number 00. That's Christian Kinnison. Alongside him from Anderson, Alberta, Canada. In the Rig Rentals, Trijet Services, Carlin Services, Summit Specialized RPB Industries Construction Group, number 17F, it's Paxton Fleming. Behind him, from Nanton, Alberta, Canada, in the Bender Custom Concrete, Sierra Industries, Mean Creek Outfitters, Ball & Customs Bender Trailers, number 97X, it's Sheldon Bender. Actually, he's in the 97. The 97X tonight will be from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, Dewar Lakeland, Cimarron Ventures, LD Filtration, MSD Electric Custom Automotive, number 97, that's Matthew Dussault. And rounding out the field, also from Anderson, Alberta, Canada, in the Dewar Lakeland, Carlin Services Ltd, Commotion Creek Contracting, RPB Industries, Leiden Equits, Great Canadian Exteriors, number 7F, it's Declan Fleming. That is your lineup for XXX Chassis Heat number 3, or my bad, that's XXX Race Products Heat Race number 3. And they are 2x2. You see them. It is a lot of red in this heat. You really got to focus on car numbers, and even then it won't help you very much. You got 2 97s. 97 Matthew Dussault and 97 Sheldon Bender. So aside from just looking at numbers, you're also going to have to pay attention, and I'm also going to have to pay attention to what's on the front of their wings and what sponsors they have, because that's a lot of red and a lot of 97 out there, ladies and gentlemen. Lights are extinguished along the Speedway. They have gotten the 1-to-go signal. And we're getting ready to see XXX Race Products Heat Race number 3 fall under the green flag once they go through turns 3 and 4. They're going to roll. They hit that green cone you see there in 3 and 4. They can go all the way until the chalk stripe, and now they go. Christian Kinnison, not a great start, but Paxton Fleming is going to get an amazing one around the outside. Paxton Fleming to the lead early. The 97s battle it out down on the bottom along the outside. It looks like it's going to be Bender sliding in. Oh, there's Bender along the bottom, actually, but it doesn't matter because here comes that 7F. That's Declan Fleming along the outside. Kinnison is giving Paxton Fleming a run for his money. Fleming up front is not comfortable at all. Oh, and around goes one of the 97 cars. That's going to be Bender spinning around. He's going to get it back straight. Does not let the car die. That was really impressive, folks. Back up front, it's still Paxton Fleming leading the way, and Christian Kinnison, a little bit of a bobble, is going to give him some breathing room finally. And now Declan Fleming chasing down Kinnison for that second position. Folks, Christian Kinnison is in a 305, has a 305 motor under the hood, which, if to understand how impressive him holding off Fleming for as long as he did was, as now it's a Fleming 1-2. The rest of these guys are in 360 motors. That is 60 more cubic inches almost on the motors. But up front, Paxton and Declan Fleming pulling away from Kinnison as Matt Dussault starts to close down on Christian Kinnison. Bender rounding out the field, an unfortunate spin, but he kept it lively, which is great to see. Paxton Fleming this weekend is coming under the white flag now with a chance to sweep his heat races. He will be the only one in the Frontier Sprint Tour to do so if he can hold off his brother. A slip up from Declan, and that'll do it. Paxton Fleming comes through 3 and 4. He will take the checkered flag. Behind him is Declan Fleming, and Christian Kinnison is going to finish third. Fourth goes to Matthew Dussault, and rounding out the field, Sheldon Bender in fifth. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for that number 17F. Rig Rentals, Trijet Services, Carlet Services, Summit Specialized, RPB Industries Construction Group, number 17F. From Anderson, Alberta, Canada, Paxton Fleming. As these sprint car drivers pull off the track, I'm going to hand the mics back over to Kelby and Tyler. Thank you.
We'll see the Frontier Sprint Tour back in action. AMODs. 22 cars have signed into the pits this evening. The first heat race for the AMODs set to line up like this. On the front row in the 0, it is Alan Tabor out of Corvallis. On the outside in the 41K out of Pinehurst, Idaho, it is James King. Mike Pistolak in car number 2 out of Great Falls. On the inside of row number 2, on the outside of row number 2 in car number 26 out of Livingston, it is Casey Kynette. On the inside of row number 3 in the 16OZ, C.R. Eisenzimmer out of Cascade. And on the outside in the 68, it'll be Sean LaRock out of Ulm. Right down the road in Ulm. Row number 4 on the inside in the 9K, it'll be the Flying Worm, Corey Wormling. And coming shotgun on this field in car number 12, it'll be the Wiz, Ty Clemens, 3-time feature winner in 2026, Ty Clemens. Tyler, this track is pretty slicked off at this point.
Yeah, 3 and 4 certainly as dry as a bone. I think there's a little bit more moisture there in the bottom of turns 1 and 2. We will see what happens with Alan Tabor and looks like James King up front.
Perhaps a little bit of moisture down around the tractor tires, but not a lot of moisture anywhere else. Heat race number 1 for the Alliance for Youth IMCA Modifieds is underway. Into 1 and 2, Tabor tries to slide up and take the lead. King has his nose up there. Pistolak, boy howdy, a whole gaggle of cars, 2 sets going 3 wide. Mike Pistolak has his nose out in front. King up on the outside is going to take the lead. Sean LaRock making his way through in the 68. He has threaded the needle. He's into the 2nd spot from the 6th starting position. Mike Pistolak is back at 3rd. Ty Clemens silently making his way through the field. Off of turn number 4. King spins it out right in front of the field. Oh, Pistolak got a piece of him. He gets into Ty Clemens. King sideways. Pistolak in trouble. And Clemens is missing the left side of that race car. It's actually flapping off on the side. So King to the pits for causing the caution, and Ty Clemens might have to go and visit the work area.
Yeah, pretty hard lick there for car number 12 with Ty Clemens, last night's feature winner here in your IMCA Modifieds. The IMCA Modifieds actually now allowing plastic doors and quarters, so plastic door panel on the 12 car. Not sure how strong they are, apparently, with the body bolts.
Clemens did pull off the racetrack, so he will have to go to the back. He had climbed from 8th up to 4th. We've got Mike Pistolak stopped here on the front straightaway. Something still askew on the 2 car. Pistolak may have gotten that right front into Ty Clemens, so maybe if he would have hit him with just the front bumper, it wouldn't, have done much damage to the front end. But if he hit him with the right front, could mean more internal damage for the 2 car.
Really, these any open wheel modified is, the front ends of these cars are so sensitive. Even a small bump to any part of the front suspension of these race cars is going to alter the geometry of the race car and completely alter the handling, especially when you get into a position where you get into Ty Clemens as hard as he did with the complete right front. No bumper involved, right front wheel only.
Not seeing Clemens coming back to the racetrack. Of course, he is pitted off of turn 1 outside of the pit gate, so
I do see them over there. They are thrashing on that car, trying to get a left rear on it and get the door popped off.
So they had a left rear go down and had the door come off. As Pistolak goes off on the Penske towing hook. Still have a couple cars that need to move. I've got a GMC Yukon. License plate 2-80997 Bravo. 2-80997 Bravo. Need you to move now. And then a Ford pickup. License plate DAR497. License plate DAR497. Got a Chevy pickup that needs to move as well. 2-86288B. 2-86288B. Need y'all to move your vehicles immediately. Thank you.
That being said, the Prius that is blocking the fire hydrant on the other side of Fleet Supply still has not moved. If it has not moved in 5 minutes, it will be towed. Once again, that's the last call for a Prius blocking the fire hydrant on the other side of Fleet Supply. Your car will be towed.
Ty Clemens rejoins the field. Lights out. Green flag. Sean LaRocque. A 6-1 run assisted by the accident as he goes into 1 and 2. Eisen Zimmer pushes big time, gets into Tabor. Tabor now going side by side with Clemens. Clemens to the inside off of turn number 4. Clemens getting a 2-for-1 special. Now to the inside of Wormling into 1 and 2. Clemens still on the move as Casey Kynette has a run on Sean LaRocque down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. LaRocque battles back on the top. Kynette on the bottom, LaRocque on the top, black 68, white and purple 26. Dead heat at the line. 22 1/1000ths of a second. Kynette able to put the 26 out in front momentarily. LaRocque is going to have to wind that thing up, get some momentum built back up, but he pushes, and Casey Kynette takes the lead. 4 up, 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway home. Clemens now closes up on the battle for the lead. He pushes off of turn number 2, loses ground to Sean LaRocque. Into turn number 3, LaRocque pushes up. Clemens good through the bottom of 3 and 4. LaRocque better through the middle of 1 and 2. This time, Clemens hits the bottom. Has a run to the inside of Sean LaRocque in the battle for second. Kynette not too far out in front of him. Off of turn number 4, Clemens gets a decent drive, but LaRocque, by the hair on his chinny chin chin, holds on to that second spot. Clemens puts the nose into the second position off of turn number 2. LaRocque battles back through 3 and 4. Casey Kynette not too far out in front. We're going to have to settle it right now. White flag is out. Kynette. Clemens has a run on the top. No, he pushes big time. LaRocque is going to have to come back down to the inside if he wants a second spot back. Clemens going to try and make something work on the top. Off of turn number 4, Casey Kynette's going to hang on and win heat race number 1. An eventful heat race number 1. Ty Clemens, 8th to 2nd in heat race number 1. Sean LaRock in second, Corey in third, LaRock, Wormling fourth, Ison Zimmer fifth, and Tabor, the last car running, runs sixth. Casey Kynette, nice and patient line down on the inside where the last of the moisture is. Ty Clemens, though, still able to get back to second, even with the caution in that heat race, Tyler.
Excellent piece of driving out of both of those drivers. As we bring out heat race number 2 of your Alliance for Youth IMCA Modifieds. Your lineup from the front to the back. Starting on the inside of row number 1 out of Three Forks, Montana, car number 2C, the big unit, Jordan Tassi. On the outside of row number 1 in the 45B out of Florence, Montana, Brett Riley. Starting third on the field in car number 4C, that's Travis Shoemate. Starting on the outside of row number 2 in car number 85, Braden Lemire. Starting fifth on the field out of Lewistown, Montana, Devin Jadwin in the 44. Starting in the third row on the outside in car number 05, that's Tyler Leach. And rounding out the field from the 7th spot in car number 28H, Colby Hanna. Last call for 50-50. Once again, that's the last call for 50-50. Tossie and Riley leading the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off at turn number 4, the green flag waves for heat race number 2 of your IMCA Modifieds. Jordan Tossie off to an early lead. Travis Shoemate with a little bit of trouble. The 44 at Devin Jadwin on the bottom side of the Speedway, maybe taking a peek at that third spot on the field. Off of turn number 4. 44 lacking a little bit of drive. Not going to get it done at the flag stand that time. We got him almost 3 wide down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 between Jadwin, Leach, and Lemire. Jadwin way on the tractor tires. He's going to settle into that third spot now at the line. Devin Jadwin setting his sights on Brett Riley in that 45. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4. Riley with a big push. Maybe opening up the door for Devin Jadwin. Not going to get it done. He's going to slam the door into turns 1 and 2. Jordan Tossie, the big unit, pulling away from the field in heat race number 2. 2.8 seconds is the difference between 1 and 2. Drag race down the back straightaway and into turn number 3 between Jadwin and Riley. Into 3, Riley right there. Jadwin on the bottom. Off of turn number 4, Devin Jadwin getting something figured out in the 44. Out of turn number 2, Devin Jadwin pulling on Riley down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. At the line that time. Looks like Lemire having trouble in turn number 4. Not what you're looking for if you're in the 2C machine right now, Kelby. That last time by at the line, Jordan Tossie with a 3.5 second advantage over Devin Jadwin in the 44.
Tossie already off to a better start tonight than he had last night. Of course, last night he had some issues on his first night on the season. But tonight, looking pretty good as he's out in front, and he's going to have lane choice coming up on this restart.
Looks like Devin Jadwin electing the bottom side of the Speedway. No surprise out of the 44 machine. Brett Riley in the 45 on the top. The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going green out of turn number 4, this time by the big unit. Leading the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 4. Excuse me, turn number 3. Off at turn number 4, the green flag waves for Jordan Tossi. Brett Riley looking to make something happen through the center of the speedway. Off at turn number 2 that time. Devin Jadwin missing the corner just a little bit. He's going to get shuffled on back. Brett Riley into that second spot. Tyler Leach looking for some racing room on the bottom as we got a drag race at the flag stand. Put Tyler Leach in that second spot. Tyler Leach, 6-2 run for the 05. Off at turn number 4, the big unit. Jordan Tossi going to get it done. Brett Riley on the loud pedal through the center of the speedway, going to loop it in front of the field. Tough break for Brett Riley. Jordan Tossi, your winner, followed by Tyler Leach, Devin Jadwin in 3rd, Colby Hanna in 4th, and Travis Shoemate, your top 5. Jordan Tossi, sponsored by Trackside Truck LLC, the Plaza Bar and Casino, Willow Creek Speed and Shock Service, TWR Chassis and Fabrication, Centrance, Northwest Parts and Equipment, Three Forks Motor and Tire Supply, SAS Starter Alternator Specialists, Billings Battery and Cable, and Doc J Designs, all backing the 2C, the big unit Jordan Tossi.
Heat race number 3, presented by Alliance for Youth. Alliance for Youth advances strategies to encourage the healthy development of youth. AFY is a responsible steward of public and private funding and invests in evidence-based strategies that improve risk and protective factors in Cascade County, Montana, community, school, family, and individual environments. For more information or to make a tax-deductible donation, visit www.allianceforyouth.org today. Heat race number 3. Final heat race of the evening. For hopefully we can get some water on this track. On the front row in car number 56 out of Belgrade, it'll be Colin Scott. On the outside of the front row in car number 22, Preston Johnson joining us from Lewistown. Inside of row number 2, Corey Craver in car number 21. On the outside in the 47R, we've got the Clay Slinger, Alan Riley.
The Clay Slayer. We've heard him referred to as all kinds of different things. Aristotle on the throttle, the hot dog and heat seeker. Tonight he's the Clay Slayer.
Tonight he'll be the Dust Slayer here, at least in this heat race. Alan Riley. Paul Leach on the inside of row number 3 out of Sun River in the 01. And on the outside in the DO2, David Davis out of Great Falls. Joey Price in Taylor Johnson's 5X rounding out the field here. Boy, David Davis with a heartbreaker last night, Tyler. Saw him running up front pretty well. And then unfortunately had something go wrong in the front end of that machine, ended up leaving on the hook.
Really a number 2 race out of that DO2. Really a race car to be running up at the front of the field. Unfortunately, under caution, Dave Davis with a loose right front tie rod. That piece ended up coming off of the race car under caution, thank goodness. But Dave Davis ended his night on the hook.
And Corey Craver, after kind of a rough heat race, ended up driving from 23rd up to 8th last night. So we'll keep an eye on row number 2 as Scott and Johnson bring them into turn number 3. Check that. That is Riley on the front row. Green flag in the air. Into 1 and 2. Scott on the inside, Riley on the outside, trying to make him 4 wide down the back straightaway. Johnson, Craver, Scott, Riley all over each other off of turn number 4. 3 wide for the lead. Johnson gonna lead. Davis gonna lead lap number 1. Into 1 and 2, Corey Craver getting his elbows up, trying to force his way into the second spot. Scott trying to battle back on the outside. Craver able to make the move down on the bottom. Here comes Paul Leach as well in the 0-1. David Davis out in front. Corey Craver down on the bottom. In second, leaves the door open for Paul Leach. Down the back, shooting into turn number 3. Joey Price trying to make moves, not fake moves in the 5X. Price to the inside of Riley as Leach goes to the inside of Craver through 1 and 2. Leach and Craver. Craver misses the bottom. Here comes Paul Leach. Leach into turn number 3. Right up against the tractor tires. Now drifts a little wide. Puts the 0-1 into second off of turn number 4. By the hair on his chinny chin chin. 39 1/1000ths of a second. Joey Price from 7th to 5th right now. Got to get his elbows up and keep coming forward in the 5X. David Davis completes another lap. Paul Leach and Corey Craver still side by side for that second spot. Through 1 and 2. Craver with a slide edge. Trouble for Joey Price. Price pushed big time as the battle for second is still raging on. This time, Leach clears Craver off of turn number 4. Craver good through the middle of 1 and 2. Of course, that time I say that, and Leach is able to clear him and put some distance between himself and the 21 car. David Davis accepts the white flag in that beautiful red DO2. Leach, Craver, Scott, Price, Riley, Johnson into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4. David Davis wins heat race number 3. Final heat race of the evening. Paul Leach in second, Corey Craver in third. So the Pit Stop Raceway Cafe, Staybridge Suites, Permian Energy Services, Classic 50s Casino number DO2 Double D. David Davis wins the final heat race of the evening. So we'll take a bit of a break here. Now during this intermission, we want to see you kids get up and get rowdy. Jeremy will be down there in a few minutes and we'll get the YMCA going. Show us your best dance moves out there.
Jeremy and Kelby making their way down the stands.
All right, we want every kid down here on the front straightaway with Jeremy. Everybody down here, y'all are going to be on the Facebook live stream. Adults too, if you want. Get down here and show us how to do the YMCA.
All right, kids. If you can hear me down there, put your hands up if you know how to dance to the Cupid Shuffle. I don't know. You might have to show me. That ought to do it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Kelby got the backwards hat going and everything looking really good down there. Track prep underway as we prepare for our feature events here this evening. I did call last call for 50-50. Looks like we just got our ticket number. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you bought yourself a 50-50 ticket, go ahead and get it out. Once again, if you bought yourself a 50-50 ticket, go ahead and get it on out. The ticket is red in color. Your winner going to go home with $1,009. The 50-50 take home. Red ticket number 5142414. Once again, that's red ticket number 5142414. Going to be going home with just over $1,000 tonight. If you have that red ticket number, we'll meet you on the back side of the announcer's booth. Once again, for just over $1,000, red ticket number 5142414. Getting a little bit of water down on the Speedway. Track prep going on. Getting ready for our feature action later on this evening. Looks like we're going to dig up the top as well as the bottom. Get a racing groove on either ends of the Speedway. Now's a great time to swing in, get something to eat, something to drink, maybe visit the beer gardens. Looking forward to next week. Our Super Stock special here next week at Electric City Speedway. We'll be running our Wissota Midwest mods, our Wissota Super Stocks, our IMCA Modifieds, as well as our IMCA Sport Compacts making a return to Electric City Speedway. Once again, we'd like to thank you all for spending your Saturday night here with us at Electric City Speedway. Record numbers here this evening, looking out at a packed house. We appreciate everybody spending their night with us here as we prepare to bring out some race cars for your feature action. Once again, if you've got a winning 50-50 ticket's going to be red in color. Red ticket number 5142414. Going to be going home with just over $1,000. We'll give you 5 minutes to claim. On the back side of the announcer's booth, come up with your winning ticket. If we don't have a winner drawn within 5 minutes, we're going to redraw our 50-50 ticket. Once again, winning ticket number 514-2414. Meet me at the back side of the announcer's booth. Also, looks like Kelby Cross heading out to the balcony on the top side of the suites. That'll be the turn 4 side of the concession stands. He's going to be tossing out some candy to some young fans out there. So if you kids can hear me and you want some free candy, Kelby is throwing it out the balcony. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that over the microphone, but I did. It looks like we do have a lucky 50-50 winner going to be going home with over $1,000 here this evening. Congratulations to her. And thank you all for supporting the DAV. Looks like track prep coming to a close. Water truck just going to make a couple more laps around the bottom, pack in a little bit of that moisture around the tires. And we should see some green flag racing action here for your feature events shortly. hate to end the chicken dance on a bad note, but if you are parked on 9th Street in front of the gate to Big Sky bus lines, we're going to ask that you please move your vehicles. We got a couple coach buses in and out. We're trying to avoid damage on any personally owned vehicles there parked at the gate. Once again, if you're parked on 9th Street in front of the gate to Big Sky bus lines, we're going to ask that you please move your vehicles. Thank you.
All right, we've played enough dancing songs. Now we want to hear you sing. I got to say, the action down in front of the bleachers is top-notch right now.
It's almost better than some of the heat race action we had earlier on in the evening. Dude, Sunglasses got some aerodynamics figured out. He got rocketed by the white shirt. White shirt, the man on the mission.
Impressive.
Not quite sure what lap times are looking like down on the front stretch right now.
Well, I
but
love that they run back and then they run down to race and then they run back. Like there's no resting. They're just running.
Not at all.
It's all out, flat out. Oh, now they're starting.
Oh, we got it. It's officiated and all.
Here we
Oh,
go.
man.
Pink shirt, maybe got a jump start, I will say. Maybe
False
a
start. You do that
start.
again, we're going to dock you 2 positions.
You got to go back a row. They're trying to go like 6 wide,
Yeah,
where you can maybe go 3 wide. So.
I don't know. We went 4 wide down the back straightaway earlier on in the evening.
That's true.
No surprise. Some good heat race action going on here at Electric City Speedway.
There we go. Oh, false start.
False start. Going to call it back on that one.
Yep. All right, my count. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go! All right, you all are docked to position. Nobody's getting paid for that one. That was awful.
Docked at the pay window. Kelby Cross going on with your winnings tonight. Looks like we're starting to get drivers into their Wissota Midwest Modifieds. Feature action just around the corner.
So we've got Kids Club Trophy presenters. For the Super Stocks, it'll be Emiliana Rose Archambault. Lily Trieb for the sprint cars. And Xander Lane for the modifieds. So be ready at the end of those features.
Our Kids Club Trophy presenters will meet Kelby at the entrance to the Victory Lane area following the conclusion of their respective feature. As we got our Wissota Midwest Modifieds hitting the track for your feature action here tonight.
Staybridge Suites is an extended stay hotel offering elevated residential style studios and suites, complimentary daily breakfast buffet, complimentary light bites and happy hour 3 days a week, and ample amenities to accommodate both short-term and extended stay guests. Call 406-761-4903 or visit staybridge.com to book your stay today. Tonight's Pace vehicle is brought to us by Pure Bliss Cycling. Waving the POW flag as tonight's starting lineup.
Your lineup for your Staybridge Suites Wissota Midwest Modified main event. From the back to the front. Starting dead stick in the 18th starting position on the field in the 086, that's Tommy Bush. On his inside door panel. From row number 9 on the inside in car number 09, that's Tyler Leach.
On row number 8. Starting on the outside in car number 16 OZ. In position number 16, it is C.R. Eisenzimmer. And on the inside in position number 15, it is Cody Harvey.
From the 14th starting position on the field in car number 22, that's Michael Schur. Starting on the inside of row number 7 in car number 20, that's Brady Lorenz.
Row number 6 on the outside, the 24S. At a Black Eagle, it is Carl Sangray. Row number 6 on the inside in the 7D4 from Great Falls, it is Dayton Liscomb.
From the 10th spot on the field in car number 15, Marvin Gonzalez. Starting on the inside of row number 5 out of Billings, Montana, car number 73, Mario Berger.
Row number 4 on the outside out of Three Forks, Montana. Car number 3T, John Tribble. And on the inside, in the 0G from the capital, it is Cannonball Cody Pfeiffer.
From the 6th spot on the field, driving the 4C tonight in the Skyrocket chassis, Fred Hansen. From the 5th spot on the field, driving the 1HMB Custom, Vernon Hill Jr.
Row number 2. On the outside in car number 66, Dan Harvey. And on the inside, in car number 54 from right here in Great Falls, Barosif Joseph Brooks.
And on the front row for your Staybridge Suites Wissota Midwest Modified main event. Out of Billings, Montana, Anthony Berger in the 13S on the outside. And on the pole in the 33Z, Luke Zampich. Cars tonight set to do battle for 20 laps. Your Wissota Midwest Modified main event. Packing the track in on the bottom, trying to ensure we got a safe racing surface before we drop the green flag for tonight's feature action. Kelby, how's your fantasy draft looking here as we start our features?
I'm going to be honest, I've kind of given up on it. I am 20th currently.
20th overall. Boy, the sprint cars are not doing me any favors whatsoever. I'm sitting 17th in the 360s. Currently sitting 6th overall, though, Kelby. What you got to say about that?
I am not sitting 6th.
Pump those numbers up. As a reminder, with race cars on the Speedway, we ask that all children stay away from the fence. Need you to find a seat. Things do fly off of race cars and they do hurt. We appreciate your understanding as we get ready to get these Wissota Midwest Modifieds into their lineup. Racing surface certainly shaping up here, Kelby. 18 Midwest mods tonight.
Yeah, we saw him buzz it a little bit. Looks like there might be still a little bit of slime down below. See a lot of cars rolling in the bottom, but enough of them. We saw CR Ice and Zimmer get a little bit above the cushion through 1 and 2, so really maybe not much to lean on over there.
Yeah, especially with a fresh spritz of water, it's going to be a little bit loose up top. I think that once we get a couple cars maybe getting up there, testing it out, knocking the marbles off, I think you'll start to see those cars elevate and move to the top side of the racetrack.
Couple of guys we're going to have to keep our eye on coming from deep in this feature. Of course, Tyler Leach, a guy who got caught up in a caution in his heat race, is starting 17th on this field. That is the inside of row number 9. Brady Lorenz starting 13th. Michael Shore starting 14th. So a couple of guys going to have to get their elbows up here.
Absolutely. And, you got Luke Zampich up front, Anthony Berger on the outside pole as well. Mario Berger starting 9th. Last week's feature winner is Mario Berger in the 73 out of Billings, Montana. Getting these cars doubled up. We'll see what happens. I didn't really see many cars enter in up top in 1 and 2. Anthony Berger, I fully expect, is going to enter in as hard as he can on the top side of the Speedway.
Yeah, good chance for a couple of guys who to get some good laps running up front here.
Absolutely. On the flag stand, JD showing them the one to go. That being said, Tommy Bush spun facing the wrong direction in the top side of turn number 4 under caution. We will go another lap. This time, JD showing them the one to go on the flag stand. The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going green at turn number 4, this time by Zampich and Berger, leading the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. For night number 2 of your Memorial Day special, we're green at Electric City Speedway for your Wissota Midwest Modified main event.
They thunder into 1 and 2, give the top spot to Luke Zampich, to Joseph Brooks, Dan Harvey, and Berger going side by side and 3 wide, as we've got trouble for Cody Harvey in turns 1 and 2.
Those drivers doing an excellent job of staying out of each other under caution. Caution flag being waved for Cody Harvey in the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Not what you're after if you're in the 33Z Luke Zampich. Anthony Berger had a full head of steam. Kind of had to get on the binders to keep from getting into the back bumper of the 33Z. we'll see if Anthony Berger does anything different on this restart.
Yeah, what did you see there on that initial start?
Luke Zampich got to the bottom really early. He had a really good initial start. Anthony Berger kind of tucking in behind the 33Z. Anthony Berger with maybe just a little bit more drive coming off the corner. A little bit more forward bite out of the 13S of Anthony Berger.
The 2023 Electric City Speedway track champion tucks into his starting spot, and everybody else bunches up into turn number 3. We're going to try this again. Green flags in the air.
Field thunders into turns 1 and 2. Anthony Berger a little tight on entry through the top side of 1 and 2. Cars beating and banging all over the place. We're going to somehow stay clean and green. Anthony Berger door-to-door with a 33Z of Zampich. Berger on the bottom, Zampich through the center. Give it to Zampich, leading lap number 1.
Couple of cars up against the outside wall through 3 and 4. We keep it clean and green as Berger and Zampich got together. Zampich spins it out. Berger keeps it going. But Luke Zampich spins her out through 1 and 2.
Door-to-door hard racing through the center of the speedway. You can't quite be door-to-door through the slick like that if you're not going to be, smooth on the gas, smooth on the brakes. Tough to tell what happened there between the 33Z and the 13S of Berger. Caution being called on Anthony Berger in the 13S, skating up the speedway, getting into the side of the 33Z. Luke Zampich will retain his spot at the front of the field. Mario Berger with his bumper hooked on the back side of the 54 of Joseph Brooks under caution.
One lap complete. 19 laps to go. Boy, Joseph Brooks, after a tough restart there, got in trouble on the inside, fell back quite a bit, but it looks like he is going to be restarting in the second spot.
Getting these cars into their correct lineup on the flag stand. JD giving them the 1 to go signal this time by. The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going green at turn number 4 this time by. With 1 lap complete, Luke Zampich in the 33Z. Going to lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got them re-racked, restacked, ready to re-fire here at Electric City Speedway. We're back to green.
Brooks maybe spun the tires off at turn number 4 as Harvey's trying the outside in car number 66. 3 wide for the second spot. Here comes Fred Hansen. Trouble for Dayton Liscombe. Liscombe, and then we've got another car up there.
Tough to tell who that is in the top of turn number 1. Marvin Gonzalez in car number 15 in the top of turn number 1. Looks like Travis Shoemate hard up into the backstretch wall as well. He tried to Fred Hansen hard up into the fence, trying to sneak his way around the outside of car number 54 of Joseph Brooks, not quite getting it done. Looks like he got the thumbs up from the crew behind the wheel of the 4C. That car good to go. Fred Hansen going to find his way back up to the front of the field.
Still only 1 lap complete here. Mario Berger from 9th starting is up and into the top 5 now. So a couple of big moves made for the 73 thus far.
Yeah, Mario Berger not afraid to shove his nose in places where there might not be quite enough room. Looks like we're going to park these cars on the back straightaway, allow a little bit of room for our wreckers to get the track cleared in turns 1 and 2.
So tough break for Dayton Liscombe. He was going to have to make some moves to get up through the field, but it looks like it's going to end on the hook. Same thing with Marvin Gonzalez as well in the 15 car.
I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there. I was watching the battle at the front of the Speedway. We've only got 2 laps complete, but 3 cautions on the Speedway thus far. JD giving them the yellow and black flag, signifying the next individual to cause a caution will retire their race car to the pits for the remainder of the evening. For the remainder of the feature, you will be watching from the pits. Pardon me, 1 lap complete. One lap complete and 3 cautions thus far in our Wissota Midwest Modified main event. On the flag stand, JD giving them the 1 to go signal once again. The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going back to green at turn number 4, this time by Luke Zampich. Going to lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got them re-racked, restacked, ready to re-fire here at Electric City Speedway. We're back to green for your Wissota Midwest Modified main event.
Fingers and toes crossed. John Tribble with a great restart as he's putting them 3 wide. Trying to get into the second spot as he's going to split Brooks and Harvey, at least going to try to in the black 3T. Zampich able to lead that lap. Harvey in second, Brooks in third.
Luke Zampich, your leader. Dan Harvey on the top side of the Speedway. Mario Berger and Vernon Jr. going to split the 54 of Joseph Brooks. Vernon Jr. on the bottom. Berger through the center. 3 wide off at turn number 4.
John Tribble takes the second spot after cutting it down off of turn number 4. Here comes Mario Berger and Vernon Hill Jr. Berger gets into Dan Harvey off of turn number 2. Harvey's got a lot of damage, and now Berger does as well as he's pushing big time. It's Zampich, Tribble, Hill Jr. Berger has recovered and is in 4.
Mario Berger getting a rolled up black for rough driving. Yellow flag gonna wave. Mario Berger getting a warning for rough driving as he's going to exit the speedway with a flat right rear under the deck of the 73. Unfortunately for Mario, exiting the speedway will send him to the tail end of the field. Mario going to have some work cut out for him.
Dan Harvey stopped at the top of turn number 2, getting looked over from the officials. Has a couple of panels removed. He said he had a loose ball joint after the contact in the heat race, but really is not looking all too terrible early on in this feature.
Honestly, I think this is the best run that I've seen Dan Harvey in the 66 have behind the wheel of the Minnesota Midwest Modified.
So Berger to rejoin the field. How about John Tribble, though? Tribble making moves, not faking moves, getting up through the field. He started 6th and now runs 2nd. That's the black 3T. Made some pretty hairy moves on the restart.
The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going back to green out of turn number 4, this time by Mario Berger tagging the tail end of the field on this one. Luke Zampich once again in the 33Z, leading the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got them bumper to bumper, side by side. The green flag waves here once again for Luke Zampich in the 33Z.
Zampich has shown a lot of composure early on in this race as Tribble sails it in on the top of the racetrack off of turn number 2. John Tribble maybe has a run on Luke Zampich down the back shooting into turn number 3. Tribble letting him air up on the top of the racetrack. Gonna try to go side by side with Zampich. Here we go.
Yellow flag waving once again for your Minnesota Midwest Modified main event. Cody Harvey turned facing the wrong direction, and that looks like the 24S of Carl Sangray in turn number 4. Things were just starting to heat up at the front of the field between Tribble and Zampich. If Zampich has anybody in the pits, they're telling him to go to the top side of the speedway right now because John Tribble had a rocket ship on the top.
Yeah, if there's anybody on this earth who wanted to see a caution, I can guarantee it was not the driver of the 3T.
Looks like the 13S of Anthony Berger going to come into the pits as well. Looks like he's got a flat right rear on that machine.
Cody Harvey getting the once over. We'll let you know who that caution's being called on here momentarily, but both of the Berger cars have been called off of the racetrack. Mario Berger is going to have to go. He did come out after the yellow and black was in effect. So the 73 does have to go to the pits, or he will not be scored.
Mario Berger expressing his displeasure with track officials. Mario Berger exiting the Speedway in the 73Z.
Getting a look at what happened, looks like the 39 Junior came out around on his own, and so did Sangray. So the 39 Junior did spin first.
Off of turn number 4. Luke Zampich in the 33Z going to take the green flag once again.
Trying it again. Zampich goes to the inside. Tribble airs him up on the top of the racetrack. Down the back straightaway. Vernon Hill Jr. staying with Tribble. Off of turn number 2. Tribble drove her in deep into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4. It's Zampich and Tribble at the front of this field. Let's throw down, baby.
John Tribble with an absolute rocket on the top side of the Speedway. Don't count out the 1H of Vernon Hill Jr. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got him door to door between Tribble and Zampich. Zampich on the bottom. At the line, give it to John Tribble. You got yourself a new leader in the 3T.
Tribble up top. Zampich down in the bottom, and Cody Harvey spins it off of turn number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to give you the WISSOTA Midwest Modifieds. Six laps complete, 8 cautions for your WISSOTA Midwest Modified main event. 6 laps, 6 cautions, excuse me. We are going to go to a single file restart in hopes that we can keep the carnage to a minimum. Who thinks that Luke Zampich in the 33Z can get it done here tonight? Who thinks that John Tribble in the 3T has something for him? What about Vernon Jr. in that 1H? Time will tell as JD on the flag stand give him the one to go.
What does Zampich do on this restart? Does he go low again, or is he finally going to peel the car off and go to the top?
You know, it's tough to tell. I think he saw Tribble coming on the top side of the Speedway. We'll see what happens as Luke Zampich leading the field into turn number 3. We got him re-racked and restacked, ready to re-fire here at Electric City Speedway. We're back to green.
Zampich takes off. Tribble is going to follow him through on the top of the racetrack. Vernon Hill Jr. to the bottom through 1 and 2. Zampich takes the lead off of turn number 2 and, well, tries to start to pull away from Tribble. Tribble enters just a little bit lower through 3 and 4. Zampich got a little out of shape that time.
Zampich definitely learning something from John Tribble. John Tribble showing him a door on the top side of the Speedway. Certainly biting John Tribble right now as they're door to door with Vernon Jr. Vernon Jr. going to try a slide job into turn number 4. John Tribble way up on the top shelf, not going to clear him. Put Vernon Jr. in that second spot.
VJ to second, and the yellow comes out again. It's Tommy Bush. Don't look now, but the 09 from 17th is 4th.
Tommy Bush being called for that caution, but you are 100% right, Kelby. The 09 of Tyler Leach has something for the field right now. 17th starting. Tyler Leach currently in the top 5. And really, John Tribble with a quick time of a 16.728. 0.3 of a second faster than the 33Z of Zampich. We'll see if he's got anything for him. Off of turn number 4, the green flag waves once again for the 33Z.
Contact between Pfeiffer and Leach into 1 and 2. As the top 3 go to the top of the racetrack. Vernon Hill Jr. cuts it down off of turn number 2. They're off into turn number 3 with a slide job for the lead. Zampich cuts it back. The race is on for the lead at the front of the field, T-Lop.
Vernon Hill Jr., your new leader in the 1H. Luke Zampich, wicked tight through 1 and 2. Cody Pfeiffer looking for some racing room on the bottom as here comes John Tribble in that 3T. Vernon Jr. going to click off another lap, your leader at the halfway mark.
10 up, 10 down, 10 to go. Cannonball Cody into the second spot into 1 and 2. Zampich tries to come back off of turn number 2 as Sangray gets sideways. He's able to gather it back in. Throw a blanket over second, third, and fourth. Zampich up top. Tribble trying to make something work through the middle, but Cody Pfeiffer down on the bottom. Zampich back to second.
Boy, Vernon Jr. putting out an absolute clinic at the front of the field right now in that MB Customs 1H. At the line that last time by, Vernon Jr. with almost a 2-second advantage over the 33Z of Zampich as they're side-by-side at the line.
Cody Pfeiffer still applying pressure to Luke Zampich. Rolling the bottom of the racetrack as Zampich goes back off of turn number 2. He hit that cushion, went over it, and left the door open. Tribble and Pfeiffer got by him. Now Tribble trying to put pressure on the OG.
Luke Zampich getting a little excited, maybe overdriving the car just a little bit, jumping the cushion, going to fall back a couple of spots. John Tribble settling into that second spot now at the top side of the speedway. John Tribble setting his sights on the 1H of Vernon Hill Jr. He's got a full straightaway disadvantage. Can he do it as laps wind down?
7 laps still yet to complete. A straightaway deficit for John Tribble. Luke Zampich has gathered it back in. He's going to apply pressure to Cody Pfeiffer this time off of turn number 4. Can't do anything this time.
Cody Pfeiffer, really one of the only guys running the bottom side of the speedway, seems to be making it work as he's got his hands full with the 33Z of Zampich. As he moves to the top side of the speedway, shot in the short side of the 33Z. Luke Zampich a little tight there up in the marbles in turns 3 and 4. Going to fall back a couple more spots to give it up to the 22 of Michael Shore.
Michael Shore from the 14th starting position is into 4th. He goes to the inside trying to make the move on Pfeiffer as Pfeiffer slams the door on him going into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4, we've got 4 laps to go.
Vernon Jr. setting his sights on a little bit of lap traffic. That's the 20 of Brady Lorenz and the 66 of Dan Harvey. As we click off another lap, Vernon Jr. continues to lead. Couple of cars there with some trouble in turn number 4. Luke Zampich stopped on the top of turn number 1. Really not what you're looking for, Kelby, in the 1H of Vernon Hill, as he had a monster lead in the 1H. We're going to stack this field back together and put John Tribble right on the back bumper of the 1H.
Clear racetrack out in front of VJ, though. I think that's been huge for him, is getting out in clean air.
And really, over the course of the last couple laps, looking at the live timing from My Race Pass, Vernon Hill Jr. only getting faster. John Tribble off the pace by over 0.3 of a second. Vernon Hill Jr. certainly found his groove on the top side of the speedway. A force to be reckoned with is the 1H.
So Tyler Leach and Luke Zampich were racing pretty closely through 3 and 4. Right before that caution came out, Zampich was up the racetrack. I don't think he hit the wall, but he may have. So Michael Shore 14th to 4th. Tyler Leach 17th to 5th right now. C.R. Eisenzimmer 16th to 6th in the 16OZ.
Thus far, all eyes are on the battle at the front of the field between the 1H and the 3T of Hill and Tribble. It'll all come down to the restarts. Both drivers really fast on the top side of the speedway. I think that if I'm in the 1H right now, I'm entering in the 1 on the top as hard as I can, as fast as I can, and into 3 and 4, if I don't get a good run coming out of 2, I got to protect the slider because John Tribble has to know that the only way he's going to get around the 1H of Vernon Hill is by throwing a gnarly slide job.
Does Tribble throw the bonsai slider? Timing is everything. Vernon Hill Jr. into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4, we're back to green. 3 to go.
Field thunders into turns 1 and 2. Vernon Jr. looking really good on the top side of the speedway, pulling the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. John Tribble on the top, Cody Pfeiffer on the tires. As the white flag waves, Vernon Jr., your leader. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 for the first time in his WISSOTA Midwest Modified career, Vernon Jr. going to get it done in your WISSOTA Midwest Modified main event. He's followed by John Tribble, Cody Pfeiffer, Michael Shore, and Tyler Leach, your top 5. How about that one, ladies and gentlemen? Vernon Hill Jr. getting it done for his first career victory behind the wheel of the MB Customs WISSOTA Midwest Modified. An excellent piece of driving out of the 1H. Certainly a race to celebrate in the 1H camp.
He's got the helmet off, Great Falls. Our race car, Vernon Hill Jr. Welcome to Victory Lane here, my man. War of attrition in that feature. Walk me through your drive to the front.
That was a lot of fun. It was clean racing. I was surprised the bottom came in like it did. It was standing water down there when we rolled out there. So that rolled in good, and I don't know, the top 5 there just got to racing really well, and it stayed clean, and that was nice. It was fun racing with John and threw a couple slide jobs at him, and no, that was a blast.
So how did all those cautions, did they throw off your rhythm there, or were you able to kind of keep your head clear?
They were okay because I was still working on a couple of those guys. I did not want to see that last one, so I was just trying to make sure I could hit my marks and not screw it up. So,
what did you do on that last caution, the last restart rather?
I just tried to change up where I started down here a little bit and maybe catch them off guard and hopefully get a decent gap to where John or somebody couldn't slide me getting into one, and I felt comfortable I could turn down the hill and cross them over, but just if I didn't have to put myself in that situation, I didn't want to. So
the Hill family has quite the history here at Electric City Speedway. What does it mean to put your name up there with them as a feature winner here?
I've got a lot of work to do if I'm ever going to catch any of those guys, but and I don't know that I'd ever want to. They've kind of built a legacy here, and it's been cool to just be a part of that. So we'll keep doing this, and I'm glad I get to race with my dad and Gary when I do. And no, it's just fun being out here, being able to do this every weekend. So
Adding to the Hill legacy, go ahead and plug some of these sponsors for us.
JR1 Motorsports, Victory Cleaning, my mom and dad, everything they do, Hill Signs, Marias Ridge Ranch, Rush Race Gear, Closer Racing Supply, Snap-on, Kevin Kelso, Davco, Tim's Automotive Machine, Auto and RV Solutions, Maxima Racing Oil. There's so many people that help make this program go. We couldn't do it without all of them.
Vernon Hill Jr. in Victory Lane, Electric City Speedway. One more time for Vernon Hill Jr. and the Hill family. Vernon, your son's in Victory Lane at Electric City Speedway. Is it more satisfying to watch him win or when you win?
Well, I like to beat him anytime I can, but no, he's really come into his own and very proud of him. Makes me really nervous watching him, but he seems to make all the right moves, and I couldn't be more proud, and I hope the other boys follow suit. So, thank you.
Congratulations to the Hill family. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, Vernon Hill Jr. Now entering the Coliseum. Let's make some noise for the Superstocks.
An excellent piece of driving out of the 1H camp. A lot of work going in that family. As we prepare to switch gears and bring out your Auto Works Repair and More with Soda Superstock main event.
You were muted that whole time. Start over.
Your Auto Works Repair and More with Soda Superstock main event. Your lineup from the back to the front. On the outside of row number 5, starting dead stick on the field in car number 85, Patrick Lemire. Starting 9th on the field in 285, Zane Lemire.
Row number 4 set to line up like this. In the 32 star on the outside, it is Bodie Smith. And on the inside, the 4T out of Three Forks, it is Matt Tribble.
From the 6th spot on the field out of Joplin, Montana, car number 22, Andrew Nelson. Starting 5th on the field in car number 108 out of Bozeman, Montana, that's B Money, Bill Monet.
On the outside of row number 2, in the 00 from Deer Lodge, it is Downtown, Bo Brown. And Levi DePaul on the inside.
And in the front row, Clay Irwin in the 93 and Casey Stephenson in that 67 machine. Off of turn number 4, the green flag waves for your Wissota Super Stock main event, brought to you by AutoWorks Repair and More.
B Money takes the second spot into 1 and 2. 3 wide for second off of 2 as Bo Brown goes through the middle into turn number 3. Matt Tribble on the inside. Monet on the top. Casey Stephenson trying to set sail out in front in the 67.
Bo Brown in that 00 trying to set his sights on the 67. A little tight through the center at turns 1 and 2. Going to open up the door for Matt Tribble. Door-to-door battle down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Matt Tribble on the bottom. Bo Brown trying to slam the door, not going to do it off of turn number 4. Matt Tribble in that second spot now.
Matt Tribble has the elbows up in the 4T, down around the bottom of the racetrack, around the tractor tires. Bo Brown battles back at the top of the racetrack. Brown back into the second spot off of turn number 2. Nobody quite close enough to do anything with Stephenson this time off of 4.
At the line that time, give it to Bo Brown. Bo Brown might have the car to beat. Bo Brown setting his sights on the 67 of Stephenson off of turn number 4. The caution flag going to wave. That looks like that might be Andrew Nelson in the middle of turn number 2. Andrew Nelson going to bring out our first caution of our Wissota Super Stock main event. Bo Brown certainly has something for Casey Stephenson in that 67 machine.
Debbie, we got 3 laps complete, 17 laps to go, and Bo Brown looking pretty sporty. He's not running the absolute top, but he is kind of keeping pace with Stephenson at the front of this field.
Casey Stephenson has company. Whether he knows it or not, I'm sure he's got somebody in the pits telling him, hey, the double aught is coming.
Don't count out Matt Tribble either.
Matt Tribble certainly doing an excellent job around the bottom side of the speedway. Looks like it's going to be a little bit topside dominant here early on in this feature. We'll see what happens. Maybe the topside will go away with the more cars running the top side of the racetrack. As the yellow light has gone out, we're going to be going green at turn number 4 this time by.
3 laps down, 17 still yet to complete. Stephenson holds them, cuts it down, and hammers it through the moisture off of turn number 4.
Field thunders into turns 1 and 2. Matt Tribble with a peek to the inside. Matt Tribble excellent through the bottom of turns 1 and 2 that time. Off of turn number 4. Casey Stephenson has some company. Give it to Stephenson at the line that time.
Stephenson blocks the move down to the inside. Now that leaves the door open for Bo Brown. Bo Brown winds her up on the top of the racetrack and takes a second spot back from Tribble. Stephenson down to the bottom through 3 and 4. Slides across the groove and goes to the top. Tribble and Bo Brown going to have to regroup.
Bo Brown on the top, Matt Tribble on the bottom. We'll see what happens as we click off another lap. Bo Brown, cue the Jaws music. He might have something for the 67 machine of Casey Stephenson.
Stephenson trying to get comfortable as Tribble and Brown, yeller feller, yeller. Levi DePaul stopped in turns 1 and 2.
A Deer Lodge boy and a Three Forks local might have something for the 67 of Casey Stephenson. Bo Brown on the top side of the speedway, Matt Tribble on the bottom. Both of those drivers excellent in their respective areas of the racetrack. Casey Stephenson gonna have his hands full as we've only got a handful of laps complete and plenty more to go in this one.
Five laps complete, 15 laps to go. Stephenson brings him into turn number 3. DePaul rejoins the field. Green flag is back out.
Bo Brown on the top, Matt Tribble on the bottom. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Casey Stephenson on the bottom. A little bit of a misstep there from Casey Stephenson.
Stephenson has gone to the bottom. Bo Brown getting her wound up off the top of the racetrack. Stephenson better through the bottom of 1 and 2. Bo Brown better through the top of 3 and 4 as Stephenson misses. No, he drifts to the outside this time. Might be scrubbing off some speed though.
Casey Stephenson through the top side that time. Going to open up the door for Bo Brown as they're door-to-door down the back straightaway. Casey Stephenson going to come down and slam the door on the double lot. Casey Stephenson going to lead another lap. Here comes Matt Tribble as Bo Brown regathers his race car.
Stephenson slammed the door on Brown. Tribble into the second spot as he has not left the bottom of the racetrack thus far in this feature. Brown has her wound up again as the yellow is back out, and it's Zane Lemire in turn number 2.
Caution flag waving for Zane Lemire. Turn facing the wrong direction in the center of turns 1 and 2. That is our third caution on our Wissota Superstock main event. On the flag stand, JD going to show him the yellow and black. The next driver to be charged with the caution will retire their car to the pits for the remainder of the feature.
8 laps down, 12 laps to go. Casey Stephenson throwing around his weight out in front. Really slammed that door on Bo Brown going into turn 3.
Casey Stephenson using the extreme bottom of the racetrack following that contact. Bo Brown really good on the top side of the speedway. If I'm in that double lot, I'm going to keep it wound up on the top side of the speedway and see if I can get around the 67 machine. As the yellow light has gone out, we're going to be going green at a turn number 4 this time by. Casey Stephenson going to lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got them re-racked and restacked, ready to refire here at Electric City Speedway. We're back to green.
Brown with a decent restart on the top of the racetrack. Going to try and motor through as Tribble goes to the inside through 1 and 2. Side by side racing for second down the back chute. Tribble has the nose into turn number 3. Brownie up top. Casey Stephenson continues to lead out in front.
Bo Brown battling a little bit of a tight race car in turns 1 and 2. Looking like he got something ironed out that time as he's got a rocket ship on the top. As we approach the halfway point, Casey Stephenson continues to lead.
10 up, 10 down, 10 to go. It's Stephenson, Tribble, and Brown. Quite the battle going on for 4th as we've got trouble for DePaul, and he will have to retire for the evening. Levi DePaul bringing out his second caution of the feature, and the yellow and black flag is in effect, so he's done.
Kelby, I thought we already finished the Wissota Midwest Modified main event.
They're shaped like super stocks now.
I had Levi DePaul in my fantasy draft there, Kelby. That's a shot in the shorts.
Yeah, it's tough.
Casey Stephenson, your leader, gonna lead the field back to green in your Wissota Superstock main event.
Back into 1 and 2. Stephenson down to the bottom. Tribble. Whoop, trouble. It'll be Zane Lemire. You didn't even say cautions breed cautions before this main event.
I didn't need to, man. It's a Wissota Superstock main event. It speaks for itself. I'm going to go out on a whim here and say you had Zane Lemire on your fantasy draft.
You would be correct.
Man, ain't that a shot in the shorts?
Big time shot in the shorts. My shorts are shot.
Casey Stephenson leading the field out of turn number 4 and back to green.
Into 1 and 2, Tribble stuck a nose down there, couldn't make anything happen, couldn't get enough of a run. Brown and Tribble still going side by side for that second spot, both of them trying to get a run on Stephenson, but Stephenson just too consistent and smooth out in front in the 67.
Top side of the Speedway looks like it might be going away just a little bit as the double out of Bo Brown continues to lose ground to Casey Stephenson. Stephenson catfishing around the bottom as well as the Fortia Tribble.
Brown letting her hang out up on the top of the racetrack. Then it's Bodie Smith, Bill Monet, Patrick Lemire, Clay Irwin, and Andrew Nelson, the rest of the field.
So far in this one, it's been all Casey Stephenson. Stephenson doing an excellent job of keeping that car rotating around the bottom. As we click off another lap, Casey Stephenson, your leader.
Stephenson with that lead at about 0.8 of a second right now. Pretty consistent over Tribble and Brown. Brown still selling it out on the top of the racetrack, trying to sell some t-shirts in that 00.
If you can't win the show, you better be the show. Bo Brown way up on the top side right now, having a blast on the top side of the Speedway.
Lead at 1.2 seconds for Casey Stephenson. Bo Brown has her wound up enough to put the nose back into the second spot around Matt Tribble into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4, Tribble going to battle back on the bottom, but Bo Brown has her wound up on the top, Tyler.
That 00 of Bo Brown might have found something way up on the top. I don't know if we've got enough laps to get it done as we approach 2 to go.
Brown sells her out on the top of the racetrack once again. Tribble, but Stephenson lengthening that lead. It's a 1.5 seconds as he turns for the white flag.
White flag waving for Casey Stephenson in that 67 car. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4 for the final time in your Wissota Superstock main event. Casey Stephenson going to bring it home. At the line, give it to Bo Brown in second. Matt Tribble in third. Bodie Smith in fourth. And B Money, Bill Monet, your top 5. How about that one, ladies and gentlemen? Casey Stephenson getting it done in your Wissota Superstock main event. As he rolls up to victory lane in the 67. Kids Club trophy presenter is going to be Emiliana Archambault. Emiliana, we will have you present the trophy to Casey Stephenson.
Two super stock races at Electric City Speedway in 2026, and Casey Stephenson has won both. Casey, another win for you here. One of the more dominant drivers in the entire state, regardless of class, but had to fight off a couple of charges there early on before you really found your pace down in the bottom of the racetrack.
Yeah, it was fantastic. You know, them guys showing themselves down there, and I was like, well, heck, I think it's a little faster on the bottom than it is up. It's a long ways around the top of the racetrack versus the bottom.
So the track did change a little bit throughout that feature?
Absolutely. It was really good up top, and I could feel it going away, but it still felt decent. And then when I seen the 4T and Bo, whoever it was, showing a little bit on the bottom, I said, well, heck, I better get down there and see what that's about.
Go ahead and plug those sponsors for us.
Affordable Sprinklers and Mom and Dad.
Casey Stephenson, 2 victories in 2026. And now, the Winged Warriors of the Frontier Sprint Tour are on the racetrack, set to do battle.
We'll have a quick announcement from Jeremy Myers, track owner.
You guys hear me? All right, so I think it's safe to say that thanks to everybody in the stands, we have set a brand new record for the attendance for the Electric City Speedway, definitely 2026, and we're going to have to go back in the record books here and just see exactly what we did, but it's because of you guys. I'm actually floored, to be honest with you. We had a vision when we were approached to buy this track, and one of the things I was looking for is how could we bring racing back, and how could we do it in an exciting format like this. So for me, I want to thank you guys very much, because this has started out as a dream and now has become reality. So I want to thank you guys all for this, because I never thought, well, I can't say I never thought we could do this, but not this quickly. And I'm going to tell you, we have a event center here, and we plan on doing a lot of different things to help. Racing is always our primary, but how would you guys like to have a concert here? All right, well, we are in the works right now of planning some of this, and I would like to bring an outdoor concert to you guys. This is what we're looking for. This is what we have. Great Falls is, in my opinion, one of the best communities in the state of Montana. I am just proud of all you guys. I want to thank you very much, and please keep this momentum up. Tell your friends, family that we had a great time. Also, on the last note, please remember, try not to leave tonight after the sprint cars, because after the next show, I am, for your guys' viewing, I have done some fireworks for you guys. So I'd really like you guys to enjoy the fireworks we had, and just thank you guys very much. It's sort of my payback for tonight to say thank you guys. I truly appreciate it, and we couldn't do this without you, so thank you guys very much, okay? Love you all.
If you can hear me over in turns 3 and 4, you kids on the fence over there need to get down. Thank you guys for staying off the front straightaway fence. And we'll go back up to the booth now for the tour.
Electric City Speedway, your Frontier Sprint Tour. 360 sprint cars are rolling. It's time to meet the 16 gladiators who are going to do battle here tonight. From the front to the back, starting on pole inside row 1 from Helena, Montana, it's the 23N of Rich Bailey. On his outside is the number 7, F from Anderson, Alberta, Canada, Declan Fleming. Row number 2, last night's winner from Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada, it's the 2JR of Kelly Miller. And to his outside in the 17F from Anderson, Alberta, Canada, it's Paxton Fleming. Row 3 is going to look like this. On the inside from Great Falls, Montana, the number 8 of Tim McCune. And to his outside from Casper, Wyoming, the number 2 of Shad Peterson. Row number 4 from Great Falls, Montana, the 24M of Ian Myers. To his outside from Helena, Montana, it's the 37 of Trevor Kirkland. Row number 5 is going to look like from Denton, Texas's own 00 Christian Kinnison and Great Falls' own 71K Cody Kuglin. Row number 6 from Great Falls, Montana, the 6C of Cruz Riggin and Edmonton, Alberta, Canada's Matthew Dussault in the 97X. I'm going to take a break for just one moment from your lineup as you see your 16 sprint cars getting into a 4Y formation. And here in just a moment, you will see one of your front row of that 4 drop out. This is what we call the missing man formation here in sprint car racing. Why we're doing this is obviously the racing world was shocked just a couple days ago with the loss of Kyle Busch. While Kyle never raced at any of our tracks here in Montana, nor in our series, he was a pillar of the sport, and the racing world has been grieving over these last few days. Now, typically this is where you would do a moment of silence, but silence was never Kyle Busch's way. So for just a moment now, can I get a chant from you fans? Let me hear you go, "Rowdy, rowdy, rowdy." Thank you, Great Falls. The missing man to show that we are missing Kyle Busch, a legend in racing. But the 4 is also to salute you, the fans, and thank you for coming out tonight. Let's hear the rest of your starting lineup as we get back into 2x2 formation. Row 7 looks like this. Goodwill, Oklahoma's number 51, Jake Quigley. East Helena, Montana's 38B, Brian Brown. And the final row, Nyanton, Alberta, Canada's 97, Sheldon Bender. And starting shotgun on the field from Great Falls, Montana, the 07T, Greg Tacky. 16 gladiators ready to do battle here at Electric City Speedway. They get shown the furled up flag. The lights are out around the speedway as we get ready to go in the second ever Frontier Sprint Tour race. through 3 and 4. It's Bailey. It's Fleming. They're chalked, stocked, and ready to rock. The front door, your sprint tour, go under the green flag. It's a poor start from Fleming, and a great one from Rich Bailey. Following him through, and we get a caution. That might not be the start they were looking for. It looked like a really poor start for Declan Fleming, and that may be for a reason. That inside might have gone a little bit early. And Rich Bailey will get the warning. And we will go too wide again. They are showed the furled up green flag again. And the lights do go out once more. Let's try this again, East Helena. It's Bailey and it's Fleming. We're chalked, stocked, and ready to rock. And the Frontier Sprint Tour goes under the green flag. Another poor start from Declan Fleming, and a great one from Rich Bailey, who's under attack from Kelly Miller. Last night's winner to the lead on lap 1. A big slide to the top. Rich Bailey's going to come back at him down below, but he's not going to get there. Lap 1 goes to Kelly Miller. Kelly Miller already flexing his muscles on the field as he takes the lead on the top. Your first battle looks like it's going to be now for second. Declan Fleming coming back along the top after Rich Bailey. It's going to be a nice run for Fleming. He's going to get it at the line. Fleming on the top and Rich Bailey round in the bottom. Bailey's going to get a nice run off the bottom there, but it's the top side really rolling for Declan Fleming. Fleming had a good car in the heats last night. He was a hard charger in the main. And what a poor run for Bailey as now he's under attack from Trevor Kirkland. Not the start that 23N car wanted after heartbreak last night. And it's a backslide today. He's now under attack from Shad Peterson at number 2. He's finally gone up to the top, but it's Shad Peterson still right there. As we look back to the front, Kelly Miller continues to lead. And he's starting to see lap traffic up ahead. Kelly Miller, though, into the wall! Declan Fleming! Into the wall along the back straightaway. He keeps it rolling, but not what Declan Fleming needed. It's been a rough weekend for him. As now he slows the pace on the inside of the track. Your second place runner into the wall along the top in 1 and 2, and the caution's going to come out for the first time tonight in the Frontier Sprint Tour. Second caution, sorry. We had the jump start, and now the second time is good. First for cause, I should say. Declan Fleming has been quick this weekend. He was dominating his heat last night before a blown engine caught him out. And he had a fantastic main event, gaining 8 positions and winning your American Racing Tires and Rod and Supply Hard Charger Award. But it was a great heat 1 and 2 with his brother tonight, and it was looking great for these first few laps here up until he gets into the wall in 1 and 2, chasing down Kelly Miller. And that's going to be it for him, it looks like, unless they will push him back off here in a minute. We are 6 laps into this 30-lap main event here tonight. 2 cautions already, one for the jump start from Rich Bailey, and now this one for Declan Fleming. Your running order currently looks like this. It's Kelly Miller, last night's winner up front. He's followed by Trevor Kirkland. We've seen many installments of this battle over the years, and recently it's been Kelly Miller dominating it. Behind them, Rich Bailey. It's been a tough run of luck of recent for Rich Bailey. For those of you who don't know, Mike Monahan and his wife had to bring up an engine for that car from Reno, Nevada. We just want to thank them here tonight for helping get that 23N car out on track, making the drive up here to get that engine and get it into that car. It has been a great engine, obviously with them running in third. Behind them, Shad Peterson. He didn't quite have as much of a crazy time. Just a little bit of snow in Casper recently held him up down there. In fourth is Paxton Fleming, Declan's brother. Declan has also had a very quick car. And in fifth is Christian Kinnison. That's sixth is Christian Kinnison. What an impressive run for Kinnison. 305 engine in that car, and he is keeping up with these 360s. It looks like Paxton Fleming is getting pushed back out onto the speedway. He's going to have another chance to come from the back to the front. Not what he wanted. But it's good to see that car still rolling on all four wheels. And going to tag the tail for this restart here. Behind Kinnison is Ian Myers, who's had a rough go of it. He's had a couple good looks recently, but even in the heat, he just a couple mistakes there. And then it's Brian Brown, Matthew Dussault, and Cruz rigging your top 10. 6 laps in to the 30-lap main event tonight. They've been shown the furled green flag, and the lights have gone out. So that means we are going to get ready to go back green here. Restart time. Kelly Miller gets the jump, and it's a great one. Slipping up the track is Trevor Kirkland. He's going to go all the way down to the bottom to try to run the slider line, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes Richard Bailey. The slider line hurts Kirkland more than... and he's going to go back on a slider on Rich Bailey. Crossover move for Bailey. Side by side down the front straightaway. Give it to Bailey at the line. Bailey now throws a slider of his own. Crossover for Kirkland. The battle for second is on, and might be 3 cars here soon with Shad Peterson coming in. Kirkland protects a little bit, and Bailey can't get there. Kirkland now slides into that second position cleanly, and he has to set his sights on the 2JR of Kelly Miller. The battle for second continues, and the battle for third. A slip up from Shad Peterson, and it's going to be 3 wide down the front straightaway for a brief second. Kinnison wanted a piece of it, but it'll be Paxton Fleming with a slider. It gets tied up top, and they all stack up. Fleming to the inside. He's going to go for the slider. This time he's going to get clear. Crossover move is not going to work. A little bit of contact. And we have a caution on the speedway. And it's once again Declan Fleming. His weekend just continues to get worse as he is stopped along the back straightaway. Not at all what you wanted to see there for Declan. You were hoping he'd make his way up through the field. We know he has a fast car, but now the hook's going to come out. Seems like that one will be a day ender for the number 7F out of Anderson, Alberta, Canada. It's 9 down on the race here tonight. 30 laps scheduled, and that's the planned distance. Taking a little bit longer than last night's. We went wire to wire green last night. So far, not how it's looking tonight. I want to give a quick nod at the moment to Brian Brown. You see him. He's in that white, blue, and orange car running in 6th position. According to my sheet here, Brian Brown started outside of row 7, which is 14th position. If he finishes there or any higher, that would make him tonight's hard charger presented by American Racer Tire and Rod End Supply. It's a fantastic run for Brian Brown. I was talking to him a little bit before, and he seemed pumped up for tonight. Talked to Declan Fleming before tonight's events too, or I guess I tried to. When I got to him, he was actually asleep in his trailer. Seems to be a common thing for these Canadian racers to be falling asleep in that trailer of theirs. Another shout out I want to give is for the driver running in. Actually, this is going to be the driver in 6th. It's 7th for Brian Brown. But the actual driver in 6th is Christian Kinnison. Kinnison, I've mentioned it a couple times, has a 305 engine in that car. It's about 55 cubic inches smaller than the 360s that make up most of this field. And that car is no joke. He looked really good in his heat, only lost to the Fleming brothers. And now in the main, he is holding his own in a field of fast cars. You see your flagger showing him the furled up green flag. Light goes out. The ball helmet's cone down there on the front straightaway. You can't go under it. You can't hit it, and you can't pass before it. And down the back straightaway. Kelly Miller and Trevor Kirkland bring him through 3 and 4. It's race start time. Kelly Miller with a fantastic launch once again, but Trevor Kirkland stays with them a little better this time. They both go up to the top in turns 1 and 2. First battle is Shad Peterson down to the bottom up backs of Fleming, and Kinnison is going to get by Fleming as well. Kinnison around the top, and Shad Peterson almost gets into Rich Bailey. Shad Peterson on the move, looking for the bottom step of the podium. But he's not out of trouble either. Christian Kinnison wants more. He's right around the top, looking for a way around Peterson himself. But Kinnison comes under fire from Brian Brown, and Brian's going to get him into turns 1 and 2. Brian Brown wants more than just hard charger. He's charging even more. Meanwhile, back up front, it continues to be the 2JR of Kelly Miller, pulling away already from Trevor Kirkland. It's a 1.1 second gap. Rich Bailey in 3rd, falling back. But he's got plenty of room back to Shad Peterson. No pressure on him. Pressure on Peterson, though, as Brian Brown continues his charge forward. He's all over the tail tank of that number 2 car. First real battle on track is going to be the 97 and 17. That's Dussault and Fleming. Dussault put it in there on him and slid up just a little bit. Couldn't get past Paxton Fleming. It is a gaggle of red cars. They all seem to find each other every time they're out there on track. Your leader, he's under pressure, though. He got into lap traffic and lost a lot of time to Kirkland. He's going to finally get by the first lap car. Trevor Kirkland takes the lead. Lap traffic catches up Kelly Miller, and Trevor Kirkland closes. Kirkland already working through lap traffic better than Miller was, but Miller is not letting him get away. The lap traffic caught out your leader, Kelly Miller, and Trevor Kirkland pounced. Kirkland continues to be your leader now. Another gaggle of lap cars. It looks like Tim McCune and Ian Myers ahead for them. Kirkland is going to try to split them. It gets tight, but he gets through. That was a tight moment in traffic for your leader. Does Kelly Miller have anything left in the tank? Lap traffic has caught him out. It's another tight moment with lap traffic. Traffic is not doing either of your leaders any favors. Further back, the rest of your leaders are starting to... Oh, car into the wall. It's Ian Myers. Caution comes out for the 24M of Ian Myers. One of the lap cars your leaders were entangled with. And it's gonna bring the field back together. Kirkland had opened a gap to Miller in traffic, and it's all for naught. Because the way these cautions work, they don't care what your gap to second is. It's going to wipe them right out. So lap traffic cost your second place runner now, Kelly Miller, the lead. Now it might gift him a shot at redemption. They're going to have a temporarily clean track ahead of them, no lap cars, and it will be mano-a-mano. Once again, a Trevor Kirkland-Kelly Miller duel. Miller currently leads those 2-1. Currently 2-1 in that matchup. Facebook gets a replay. It looks like Yeah, Meyer got up over that cushion into the fluffy stuff and into the wall. Not good for race cars. We have 19 down on the board, 11 still up to go. It's going to be an 11-lap duel to the finish between Trevor Kirkland and Kelly Miller. The two of the best drivers in the ASCS Frontier region for years, and now the Frontier Sprint Tour is already starting out with this battle that we have known for many years around the state of Montana and Wyoming. We'll take a look real quick. Actually, no, we won't, because your drivers have been shown the furled green flag and the lights have gone out. Bell helmet cone is in the middle of the front straightaway. You can't go before, or you can't pass before it. You can't go under it. You can't hit it. It's Trevor Kirkland, first time leading of 2026. It's Kelly Miller. It's Rich Bailey. It's race start time. It's a great start for Trevor Kirkland, but he does not leave Kelly Miller in the dust. Both drivers use different lines in 1 and 2. It's going to be a better run for Kirkland, and he already starts to open up a gap to the 2JR. Trevor Kirkland already starting to pull away from Kelly Miller in clear air. Kelly Miller cannot breathe yet. He's got Rich Bailey all over him. And in fourth, Christian Kinnison starts to settle in and see if he can catch that 21 end, or 23 end. But the 2JR, he tries to set his sights on Trevor Kirkland, but he's getting smaller and smaller out of his rock shield. And with so few laps to go, he can't always hope that the 37 runs into traffic. Although, it's getting close to Trevor Kirkland starting to see lap traffic out of his windscreen. First battle on the track, however, that's going to be Shad Peterson and Brian Brown. You see them down there in turn 2. Brian Brown trying to get something rolling along the top. He just can't seem to find a way around Shad Peterson, who makes that car about 10 lanes wide. He's not all over the place, but I'm sure Brian Brown feels like it at this point. He's tried about everything, top, bottom, middle. He can't get anything by on the number 2 car. Kelly Miller, he hasn't closed down a whole lot to Kirkland, but he hasn't gotten away from Rich Bailey either. It is a tight battle at the front. A little slip up for lap traffic in front of Kirkland. As Kirkland now starts to see lap traffic, he's going to go to the bottom and make it a lot easier than Miller made it look earlier. Our cars finally start to get a little bit spread out, but that's going to allow us to slip in a lap traffic. And if you're Trevor Kirkland, not exactly what you want to see. And if you're Kelly Miller, possibly what you want to see. Not a whole lot left to go here. As coming into off turn 4, Trevor Kirkland sees your white flag. Trevor Kirkland. The battles between him and Kelly Miller have been great for so many years. And he's going to even it up. Your second race of 2026 for the Frontier Sprint Tour goes to Helena's Trevor Kirkland. Second will be Kelly Miller. Rich Bailey takes home third. Fourth, Christian Kinnison. And Shad Peterson rounds out your top 5. How about it, folks? The battles you have seen this year have already shaped up to be all-time battles. And for the first time in 2026, your winner from Helena, Montana, Chevy Helena AA Transmission, Kirkness Roofing, Bill Willis Masonry, and the Man Store sponsored, number 37, TK Trevor Kirkland. Let him hear ya, Electric City. Electric City, what do you think so far? The new and improved Frontier Sprint Tour has put on a show on its first 2 nights of action. You see him down there in turn 4. He's going to pull into your victory lane. Your second winner in the Frontier Sprint Tour, it's Trevor Kirkland. Let's throw down to Kelby.
This is a victory and an interview I've been wanting to do for a long time. Trevor Kirkland pulling into victory lane here at Electric City Speedway. I believe Trevor's last win here was 2022, in the year that he was able to take home the ASCS Frontier Region Championship. Set to climb out, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. TK Trevor Kirkland. Trevor, welcome back to Victory Lane in a sprint car, and the second victory with the Frontier Sprint Tour. Walk us through that feature.
Yeah, just had to get patient in the rubber, and I know that Kelly kind of slipped up a little bit there, and I took advantage of that. But it's really just a patience game tonight. Last night it was a balls out, hammer down deal, and tonight was a patience game. So 2 different racetracks. Kind of bummer that we burned up some tires, but that is racing, and it is what it is, dirt track racing. So we just got to prepare for the good and the bad, and we take it all. So happy to be here, happy to win in front of the awesome crowd tonight. Thanks for coming out. This is cool. I got to thank a lot of people behind me. This team is. You say it's been a while, but it hasn't been that long, but it has been a minute. So I appreciate everybody stepping behind me, and obviously Kirkness Roofing is a huge part of this. We got Chevy Henley, we got Speaker Spring Line, we got a number of sponsors on this thing to make things go around. So I want to thank the Myers family. They're a huge part of what I do. Obviously they're doing a great job here. I'm super proud to be here, and I'm looking forward to coming back.
So talk about negotiating traffic with these cars. You got some cars that are out there on different engines. What's that like, especially in rubber down conditions?
Actually, you saw a sporty car win a heat race tonight. I mean, those cars can compete on racetracks like this. So it's, again, when you have a moisture racetrack like we had last night, it shows the difference in the motors. Tonight it was a level playing field for everybody. So I recommend those guys come back more and more with us. It's that, it went green to checkered last night. Tonight we had a couple cautions. One of them was one that got in a wall in the backstretch. That was a 360 car. So I mean, those sporty cars can run well too. So I just thank everybody for coming out, all the cars, all the fans, and everybody that supports racing. Because if we don't support it, it's a 3-legged stool. If we don't have fans, we don't have racetracks, we don't have race cars, we don't have anything. So appreciate all of you. You're a part of the stool, and we look forward to coming back.
Trevor Kirkland in Victory Lane at Electric City Speedway.
Oh, baby. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to nightcap off this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, we got one more feature before fireworks. We're going to set off some more fireworks with the racing on the racetrack. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to throw down with the IMCA Modifieds?
Your IMCA Modifieds set to do battle on the backstretch. As we bring out your Alliance for Youth IMCA Modified main event. Your lineup from the back to the front. Starting dead stick on the field in the 41K out of Pinehurst, Idaho, that's James King. Starting 21st on the field in car number 22 out of Lewistown, Montana, that's Preston Johnson. Sitting on the outside of row number 10, also out of Lewistown, Montana, car number 44, Devin Jadwin. Starting 19th on the field in car number 2, Mike Pistolak. Starting on the outside of row number 9 from the 18th starting position on the field, car number 47R out of Florence, Montana, Alan Ty Clemens O'Reilly. Start from the inside of row number 9 in car number 85, Braden Lemire. From the 16th starting spot on the field out of Corvallis, Montana, car number 0, Alan Tabor. Starting on the inside of row number 8, driving the 5X tonight of Taylor Johnson, that's Joey Price. Starting on the outside of row number 7 in the 45B out of Florence, Montana, Brett Riley. Starting 13th on the field in the 16-ounce, that's C.R. Eisenzimmer.
Row number 6 set to line up like this. From the 12th starting position, driving car number 12 out of Belgrade, Montana, the Wiz, Ty Clemens. And on the inside in the 28H at a Great Falls, starting 11th, the Dark Knight, Colby Hanna.
On the outside of row number 5, in the 9K, the Flying Worm, Corey Wormling. Starting on the inside of row number 5, from the 9th spot on the field in the DO2, Double D, Dave Davis.
On the outside of row number 4, in the 05, Little Leach, Tyler Leach. And on the inside in the 68 from Ulm in position number 7, La Rocket, Sean LaRock.
In the 3rd row on the outside in the 01, that's Paul Leach. On the inside of row number 3, out of Livingston, Montana, car number 26, that's 26 Casey Kynette.
Row number 2 set to line up like this. Out of Belgrade in car number 21, Corey Craver. And on the inside in the 4C, Travis Shoemate.
On the front row, on the outside, in car number 56, out of Belgrade, Montana, that's Colin Scott. And on the pole, out of Three Forks, Montana, 2C, the big unit, Jordan Tassi.
Ladies and gentlemen, the field rolls into turn number 3 and off of turn number 4. You know what time it is. It is hammer down time on Thunder Hill. We're great at Electric City Speedway.
Corey Craver with an excellent start through the center of the speedway. Jordan Tassi on the bottom. Corey Craver through the center, looking like a door-to-door battle shaping up as the 05 of Tyler Leach way up on the top shelf. Jordan Tassi going to lead lap number 1.
Tassi and Craver duking it out at the front of the field. Craver trying to make something work on the outside of the racetrack. Right now, it's Tassi down on the bottom. Craver throws her into turn number 3 as we've got a couple of them, 4 of them, stopped at the bottom of turns 1 and 2.
Looks like the 5X of Joey Price stuck down there, as well as the 2 of Mike Pistolak. Looks like one of the Riley cars, as well as possibly the 22 of Preston Johnson. Looks like he spun to avoid getting into the carnage there with Price and Pistolak. Joey Price looks like he might need the hook. The left front tie rod looks like it might be broke on that race car. Looks like the left front tire on the 5X got nosed into the infield tractor tire. Possibly a broken left front tie rod.
One lap complete, 19 laps to go. Corey Craver looking pretty good up on the top of the racetrack, but Jordan Tassi being very smooth down on the bottom. Get a look at the replay for turns 1 and 2. You kids down on the front straightaway fence, we've got cars rolling on the track. Need you to find a seat. Thank you very much.
Yeah, looking like the left front on that race car pointed it in a direction that it doesn't usually point. Joey Price looks like he's going to end his night on the hook after one lap. Looks like the nose of that race car is actually pretty mangled.
Price has driven a few different cars thus far this year, as we're going to get a look at the replay. All right. So one lap complete. Jordan Tassi out in front. Corey Craver in second. The 01 of Paul Leach is in third. Travis Shoemate in fourth. And Tyler Leach in fifth.
On the flag stand, JD showing them the one to go. The yellow light has gone out. We're going to be going green at turn number 4, this time by Jordan Tossi, the big unit of Three Forks, Montana. Going to lead the field down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got them re-racked and re-stacked. Ready to re-fire. We're green at Electric City Speedway in your IMCA Modified main event.
Paul Leach puts his nose into the second spot on the start. Corey Craver looking to get a run through the top of 1 and 2. Leach down on the bottom of the racetrack, going side by side with Craver off of 2. Keeps her down there through 3 and 4. Paul Leach looking to take the second spot in the 0-1, but Craver's able to motor back by. Tyler Leach trying to follow him through.
Jordan Tossi with maybe a little bit of ground loss there on exit of 4 as here comes Corey Craver. Nice and methodical through the top side of 3 and 4. Off of turn number 4 at the flag stand. You got yourself a new leader in the 21 to Corey Craver.
The 21 to the top spot. Tyler Leach trying to follow him through. Here with 3 laps complete. Leach to second off of turn number 4 this time, and now coming after the leader.
The extreme bottom side of the speedway turning out to be a little less dominant than the center. Certainly a little bit more rubbered up through the center after the sprint car main event. Corey Craver finding his groove is don't count out the 05 of Tyler Leach.
Leach staying right on the back bumper of the 21 as he finally is able to put Tossi back to third in some distance between himself and the 2C. Paul Leach trying to size up the 2C and make it an all-Leach battle for second as Tyler's trying to stay with the 21.
Tyler Leach with just over half a second, Craver with just over half a second advantage over Tyler Leach. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Tyler Leach going to show him a nose on the inside. Corey Craver going to battle back on the top.
Back into 1 and 2. They go through the top side of 1 and 2. Leach trying to keep pace as Wormling is taking the 5th spot. Ty Clemens moving through the field into the 6th spot. Off of turn number 4, side by side for the race lead. Craver keeps it.
Jordan Tossi changing up his line a little bit, entering on the top side of the speedway now. Down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Off of turn number 4, Tyler Leach going to show him a nose. They're door to door at the flag stand. Give it to Corey Craver that time.
Tyler Leach trying a diamond maneuver through 3 and 4 where he enters in the middle and goes to the bottom. He gets a decent run doing it. Watch him try it again as Craver enters high. Leach going to cut it down this time off of turn number 4, putting the nose out in front, but Craver's going to keep it.
Tyler Leach trying to make a diamond out of the corner. Corey Craver with just a little too much momentum running the top side of the speedway. Don't count out Jordan Tossi. Jordan Tossi within striking distance as well as Paul Leach. Ty Clemens working his way through the field as he just set his sights around the 9K of Corey Wormling and on to the 01 of Paul Leach.
Ty Clemens making it happen from the 12th spot. Lap traffic coming into play as Tyler Leach is going to have to gather it back in and try and chase down the 21. Into 3 and 4 this time. Tabor, the one who's going to go a lap down, as Paul Leach and Tossi going side by side with Clemens not far behind.
Corey Craver with some lap traffic. They might have a say in the outcome of this one. Preston Johnson there as well. Off of turn number 4. Corey Craver clicking off another lap. Corey Craver going to find his way around the 22. Preston Johnson not going to get it done. Tyler Leach looking to take over that top spot. Here comes Ty Clemens on the top side as well. You got yourself a new leader in the 05 of Tyler Leach.
Tyler Leach to the lead. Ty Clemens from 12th up to 3rd now. Clemens to the inside of Craver. May have a run. Decides to tuck back in. Tyler Leach starting to set sail in the 05 as Clemens cuts it down off of turn number 4. Little kiss to the tail end of the 21.
Laps winding down as we approach the 5 to go mark. Tyler Leach with some lap traffic in front of him. We'll see what happens as he sets his sights on the 85 of Pat Lemire and the 41 of James King.
Clemens going side by side with Craver into turns 1 and 2 now. Craver able to fend off the charge off of 3 and 4. Clemens having to tuck back off of turn number 2 as Leach goes to the outside of Lemire off of turn number 4. Craver, Clemens, Tossie, and Leach, the top 5.
Is on the Speedway. Looks like that might have come out for Preston Johnson, who was slow and off the pace. Certainly a barn burner shaping up here at the tail end of this one, Kelby. Really, Corey Craver right there. Ty Clemens right there. Ty Clemens actually with a quick time on the Speedway of 16.424. We'll see what happens here as we click off another one. Tyler Leach, your leader, followed Rossi and Paul Leach, with Corey Wormley, your top 5.
Leach from 8th to the lead. Clemens choosing the inside lane. That could be big.
Corey Craver on the top. We'll see. We'll see what happens. The top side appears to be a little bit more dominant, but if Jordan Tossie can get a good enough restart, he might be able to take away that rubbered up section in the center of the Speedway and get around car number 21, Corey Craver.
Clemens going to have to anticipate this one real well in the 12 car. Tyler Leach, pretty good at restarts. What are you thinking as Ty Clemens, Tyler? You're sitting in 3rd. You've already driven through the field. The track conditions, the way that they are, what are you thinking?
Absolutely cannot be slacking on this restart. You got to nail this restart, and you got to beat the 21 machine to turn number 1. Off of turn number 4. The green flag going away for Tyler Leach in the 05.
Clemens with a decent restart off of the inside into 1 and 2. Big trouble on the front straightaway. It's the 41 of King. I don't think Ty Clemens wanted to see that caution come back out.
No, I especially don't think that Paul Leach wanted to see that. They were 3 wide looking at that second spot on the field. I don't know that anybody really wanted to see that caution, especially not you and I.
Four laps to go. You can tell the field kind of starting to get antsy here. They're pumped up, ready to go. Tyler Leach, are you fans ready to go? Let's bring these boys home. Tyler Leach, can he hang on over Corey Craver and Ty Clemens? Off of turn number 4, we're back to green.
Field thunders into turns 1 and 2. Craver looking really good through the center. Ty Clemens there as well. Bottom side not going to get it done. Corey Craver going to lead Ty Clemens down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. We got him 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 4 off of turn number 4.
Corey Craver settles into the second spot out in front. Tyler Leach a little bit swirly on entry, but good off of exit of turn number 2. Craver closes up into turn number 3. Clemens now a lane below Craver, trying to stick with him off of turn number 4. Just a couple of laps to go.
Ty Clemens on the binders to keep from getting into the side of the 21 machine. Off of turn number 4 this time. White flag gonna wave for Little Leach in the 05.
Into 1 and 2, Corey Craver with a bonsai slide job, can't make it happen. He's going to have to make something happen quick. Into turn number 3, Ty Clemens has won the first 3, but that streak is over, and it's broken by Little Leach. Tyler Leach comes to the caution. The race is not over. Check that, the race is over. Tyler Leach is your feature winner.
Tyler Leach, your feature winner. 8th to first run for the 05 Tyler Leach.
There are now 2 feature winners entering that action at Electric City Speedway in 2026. Tyler Leach picks up the win. Tyler, welcome to Victory Lane here at Electric City Speedway. Walk us through that feature.
Oh, that was a blast. We've been struggling with this new car. I just didn't do as much as I wanted to do it tonight, which thank God we didn't. But we ran the top side for a couple laps there. It didn't work out, so I ran the middle off the restart, and just after that, the car is great. And yeah, just can't have a better car than that.
You were making a move through 3 and 4, kind of diamonding off of it early on in the racetrack. What was that doing for you?
It was doing something for me. I have a hard time following people very bad. So Craver's running the top all the way around, so I decided diamond, and diamond worked out really well.
All right, well, congratulations. Go ahead and plug those sponsors for us.
First off, I want to thank my family and all my pit crew out at the house. They help me every single week. We're there from 8 o'clock because I have school still. But I want to thank Lumber Motorsports, Longer Chassis, by Awesome Motorsports, Dust Pods, Willow Ranch, Leach Co., and all that.
You going to rub this in your brother's face?
Oh, 100%.
Tyler Leach, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming out this weekend here to Electric City Speedway for the Memorial Special. If you're headed to the pits, wait until Victory Lane is cleared, until the 05 clears Victory Lane. They'll let you through down at Turn 1 or here in the front. If you're headed to the exits, thank you for choosing Electric City Speedway. Please drive home safely. Next weekend, Electric City Speedway is back in action. Until next time, on behalf of Tyler LaPierre and everybody here at Electric City Speedway, I'm Kelby Cross saying good night and God bless.
It's one of those kinds of days. Camera 1. Okay. Negative. Leave it right where you're at, but lock it off on the flag.